welcome to the 2022 Finance Committee warrant review. Glad to have you all here.
Is this thing on?
Welcome. Before we begin, I'd just like to turn the floor over to Sally Calhoun, one of our committee members. Sally?
Hi, Sally. Hey, everybody. Thank you very much, CR. I just wanted to let all of you know, as I've already told CR and the town moderator and the town manager, that this is my last budget that I'm going to be sitting on the FinCom for. I was so lucky to be appointed by David Mills back in 1999, and after that appointment, Pat Frazier has reappointed me a couple of times, and I've got to say it's been an amazing honor and privilege, and I've learned so much by being able to sit on this committee. Overall, I've reviewed, this is the 23rd budget that I've reviewed, and over these 23 plus years, I have met and worked with some really amazing, dedicated, hardworking people, such as these guys all sitting here tonight, but others before them, John Sweeney, Diane Langley, Tom Leonard, David McKenna, Walter Milano, John Mrazek, Martha Swindell, Joe Penapede, and I wish that my memory and my files would have let me go back even further, because there were a lot of people over the years who served on this FinCom. But you know, typically our work involves 2 or 3 weeks a year of meetings, 2 or 3 times a week, and each meeting is about 3 to 5 hours long. It's really only a snippet of time compared to what all of the town employees spend putting the budgets together and presenting them to us. I've observed a lot of town employees over the years from each department and division explain their department budget and answer all of our questions over the years. They are really very much dedicated to all of you, the citizens of the town. We are really blessed and lucky to live in a town, in a country that's built on the premise of a representative form of government. But that only works if all of us as citizens of this community are engaged and step up to do the work that's needed. The town has a handful of elected officials, of course, who serve on a voluntary basis. We have town employees who do the work and execute the policies that we as a community choose. But all of it only works if each of us steps up and serves our community and one another. So I'm calling on each one of you and anybody that might be watching from home to do what you can. It doesn't have to be something big. It can start with where you are in your life right now. If you have little kids, maybe what you can do is help the person that coaches your daughter's soccer team. Help pick up the cones and the stuff at the end of the practice. Or maybe you can volunteer to read in your son's kindergarten class. Then as your family grows and you maybe have more time to take on bigger steps, bigger actions, maybe you could become a town meeting member or join the parents group at your school. Attend meetings or watch them at least on TV. Ask questions, find the answers. Take a look at all the committees in our town that are all filled by volunteers. It's an amazing array. If you look on the town website and hit volunteer, you see all the different boards and committees. There's the Planning Board, the Zoning Board of Appeals, the Recreation Committee, the Human Rights and Inclusion Committee, the Conservation Committee, Council on Aging, Preservation Committee, Traffic Advisory Committee, Cultural Council, FinCom, one of my favorites, the Historic District Commission, the Affordable Housing Committee, the Danvers Diversity Committee, Disability Committee, Downtown Improvement Committee, Open Space Recreation Task Force, the Rail Trail Advisory. Find the thing that interests you and do it. We need you. We're not going to work and survive as a town if you don't. So that's my pitch for tonight. Thank you, CR.
Thank you, Sally. I will call on Mr. Bradstreet just this once.
Thank you for your service. However, I'm very disappointed that you didn't ask us first if you could.
Thank you, Bill. Can I?
We're working on it.
As is our custom, we begin warrant article reviews with citizens petitions. There is a citizens petition, which is located on page 23 in your warrant booklets, Article 38, and I'd like to call on the petitioner, Karen Ranieri. Karen, if you go to the podium, introduce yourself and explain your petition, please.
Good evening, Karen Ranieri. I believe the citizens who elect an official should have the right to correct those actions if there is a problem afterward. Danvers does not currently allow for that self-correction. Over 80 Mass communities do. It's about a third of the state. And I have brought forward a petition to ask for a recall for Danvers. I ask that you send it on favorably.
Thank you. Ted, any questions?
Yes. Can you explain to me mechanically how it works? Basically, just a little bit more general explanation in the process, what would trigger it, how the recall would work, just the whole 9 yards.
An example of the trigger would be a elected official who is convicted of a crime. Easy enough. It would not be triggered by citizens who disagree with something that is in a vote. It would have to be something that is egregious. That's the first step.
How is that ascertained? Is there a specific language that would stipulate the criteria, like differentiate those kind of things, or?
It's not relatively specific outlined in here.
Okay.
350 people would ask, let me go through my notes. So 350 people, registered voters actually, of the town would file an affidavit with the clerk. The clerk would write this up. It would be filed in the office within 15 business days. The clerk would, within 3 days, file and submit the petition to the registrars. And it would be brought to the person, and they would have 5 days to resign. And if they did not, it would go to a recall. That's the very simple mechanics of it.
Okay. And do you guys have context on where the structure of this proposal? Did we copy it from other towns or other municipalities in Massachusetts?
It was co-authored. It's an amalgam of several, and it has passed the town attorney already. So were this to be passed, it would be legal.
Okay. Passed at town meeting, right? So, to be clear, if it passes at town meeting, then it becomes law. It doesn't go to. It's not.
It does go to legislature.
It does or does not?
It does.
Does.
It would go through town meeting and then to legislator.
Okay. How did you guys pick 350?
I'm sorry?
How did you pick 350?
The smaller towns have 50. The larger towns, such as the size of Danvers, the average is 350.
Okay. So, I guess my main comment is I am generally, frankly, I've had conversations with the town manager about whether we had a recall measure in our bylaws in the past 12 months, perhaps around some of the same instances that you yourself may have had those conversations. My reaction is I feel like 350 is too low. I worked, some of you might know, I worked pretty hard on trying to collect signatures for the CPA not too long ago. 350, if there's no clear language about the basis for the recall, I feel like that number is too low and allows this to be too much of a tool to bludgeon people with for disagreeing politically. We had to get a fairly benign measure like the CPA just on a general election referendum. We needed 10% of our registered voters to support it. I would be more inclined to support something like this if the threshold were similar. So, like 1,200. It should be a pretty severe threshold where people are almost thanking you for, in my opinion, where they're almost thanking you for asking them to sign the petition. And I think that's the extent of my comments. So if the number were higher, more like 10% of the elected, or the voting population, I'd probably be inclined to support this. That's it.
Mike?
So there is no, I mean, the intent or the hope, as far as you would go, is that this wouldn't be brought by 350 people for political retaliation, but there's absolutely nothing in this bylaw, or this language that would stop that, correct?
Correct.
Did you think about going through the actual town charter, which does deal specifically with how we elect people, as opposed to the home rule petition?
Yes.
And why would you not have gone that route, where it clearly is something that is included within our town, within the Town Manager Act and the Town Meeting Act?
I thought this way would be a better way.
Would it-
Honestly, I looked at both.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, it doesn't make any sense. I have generally no philosophical problem with recalls. I think that the reason we don't have one in our town charter is because we operate under board government. And no individual member of a board, even if we were to have somebody on either one of these two boards, be criminally liable for something, they have no capacity individually to do anything. No member of the select board, no school committee member has any individual authority. All the authority is vested in the board. When I was on the board, I remember Dan Toomey saying to me, Mikey, you can stop counting at 3, but you got to get to 3 first. 1 doesn't do anything for you. So in that regard, I would be much more inclined to support an overall review of our town charter. And I think that that's probably about time that we do that. It's been about 20-something years since we did it. We do it about every 20 years. When I say the town charter, I actually mean the Town Manager Act, not the Town Meeting Act. And I think it would make sense to do that. We're in the process right now of following through a master plan. It probably would make sense to do the town charter review after the master plan was finished. And I would be supportive of something like that, but this particular proposal, there's too many holes. It doesn't include certain people that are elected officials. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Who does it not include?
I don't think it includes the moderator. Does it include the library trustees?
Yes.
Yeah, but you can't include the housing authority because they're a different sort of capacity with it. So, again, I appreciate the thought on it, but I just think in terms of how we operate, understanding how our town government works, this is much better handled within the confines of our existing Town Manager Act.
Do you find a need for a recall?
As I said, the answer to that is probably no, because again, except for the one person who is not included in here, it's board government. So I guess there would probably be a need for a recall if what you felt was going to happen is that we had 3 members of the board who somehow colluded together and violated some type of a statute together. That would be a pretty drastic and dramatic situation, which certainly there's no history of it in terms of the town. I guess it's plausible, anything's plausible. But I don't see, when it comes to board government, if we had mayors, if we had city councilors, if we had individuals who had individual authority that were elected, I would say that a recall would be fine. I mean, but other than that, worst case scenario, that person sits at the end of the bench, nobody listens to him or her for 2 years or however long it is, and in 2 years the people vote that person out, and that person had no real impact on what happened in the town.
Paul?
Could you explain to me, you had mentioned, I might have misunderstood you, those people only convicted of a crime?
Not only, that's part of it, that or some other egregious offense.
Such as?
I don't know. Conduct unbecoming, possibly. mean, I think 350 is a large number to come together and decide that an offense is egregious enough to try to remove them from an elected position.
In this day and age, I don't find that number high enough. So I have problems with it, to be honest with you. But I wanted to ask one further question on it. I saw the number plainly here, 350 people, and then I saw 20%. Now, was that, am I misreading something in here, or did I can't find it right now.
The 20% is the number from the last election. It needs to be filed in the office of the clerk within 15 business days following the date that the clerk issues the petition, and then contain the signature of at least 20% of the total numbers of voters from the preceding town election.
So it's just not 350 petition signers. Then you have to go out and get another 20% of the previous number of voters in the last town election.
Up to 20%
Up
or
to
more,
20.
yes.
So there's two efforts to go out and get signatures, am I correct?
Yes, the initial is to file the affidavits.
Okay, all right.
I'm sorry, what?
That's all.
Have you researched as to how many, there's 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. Have you researched how many other ones have a recall situation?
I believe it's 83. I know it's at least 30%.
30%?
I believe it's 83 right now. Wenham was the last.
And rather than doing something like this, which looks like it's going to be a long time cycle by the time you have your signatures and it goes in, and it goes to town meeting, and then it goes to the state, by that time, don't you think the elected official would probably be voted out, or he wouldn't be returned to be elected again?
That's just the process to actually have the recall, to have the statutory mechanism. It's not necessarily the process for each one.
But I mean, after 3 years, if they try to run again, and if you don't vote for them and they lose, they're out anyway. So, that's all I have.
I think similar to something that has been said earlier, the number 350 doesn't really sit as well with me. My thought process is how many, if anyone, any historians know, in our most recent elections, how many votes does it typically take to win? So if I'm running for office, right, for any one of these various positions, what's a number that generally gets you the win? So if I'm a political strategist, anyone have an idea?
I believe one of the school committee candidates was 2,300.
Thank you. That's helpful. What I'm trying to understand is the percent of, the realistic vote turnout that it would take to recall someone. So if 2,500, 3,000, right? So that's 10% of an actual turnout, if I do my math correctly, something along those lines. I do agree that the number it doesn't necessarily sit well with me. A recall in general, prior to hearing the master class from my colleague down here on form of town government, that was my primary concern. I now think that a mechanism for recall, I'm fine with. A mechanism to address egregious behavior, I have absolutely no concerns with. How we go about it, I think, probably needs a little bit more work at this time, particularly a definition, and some categorization of egregious and exactly what crosses the threshold. If I had to prioritize what my greatest concerns were, it would be that. I could probably come on board with the number with some sort of justification if we knew outside of crimes what are the triggers that would make it necessary and protect it against arbitrary sentiment would be my concern. So, but that's my question. Thank you.
Sally?
Thank you. These my fellow committee members have asked most of my questions, but I suppose, you know, the attorney mind of mine is thinking about due process when I see something like this. And there's just no language in here about what, I know the word triggers have been used, but what cause, what circumstances would allow for a process like this, and whether the person who's being recalled, you know, would have rights to hear what the problem is and so on and so forth before they could be voted out. And like even at the town clerk level, when the 350 petitioners bring in an affidavit, as you call it, you know, even at that point, there's not any guidance to the town clerk other than, okay, you got it, now fill out a form. But there's nothing about what the cause could be, what can result, what can cause an elected official to be recalled. And I agree that 350 people is too low, but I also am concerned that there's no definition in it as to what can justify or lead to a recall, which unfortunately I think could lead to somebody facing a recall because 350 people didn't agree with something they said or did at a meeting, that it's not restricted to criminal behavior or even behavior unbecoming, which is poorly defined as well, but there's just nothing that provides kind of advance understanding by elected officials or by the citizens that elect them for what can happen to recall them. So that's a concern that I have, but also, as Mike indicated, none of the elected officials in town have single authority to take action. There's other members of each committee instead that could overrule anything that the elected official that's under this cloud would be able to do. So for those reasons, I'm not comfortable with this and would not be voting for it. But thank you for bringing it. I mean, it's very thought-provoking.
As you said earlier, with the representative form of government, I do believe that it is time to have some kind of check and balance, and I don't find it present. And I find with what's happened in recent years that it's necessary. So I'm happy to take a shot. I'm also happy to refine this and more specifically define the parameters and come back again.
Good.
I think all of my questions have been asked and answered much more thoroughly than I can certainly ask them. But I think that while I'm certainly not opposed to the premise of a recall, I do agree with Mr. Landers in that I think the appropriate place to examine this would be in a charter review. Look at the big picture and not necessarily take pieces of the Town Manager Act and modify them piecemeal. But I think it is time, and we've talked about that a couple of times over the last few weeks, where maybe it's time to sit back and do a charter review. So the town manager's heard a few of us say that, so I'm sure that the selectmen will be talking about it in the not too distant future. So are there any questions from the audience?
Yes, Rick?
So Karen.
Rick, if you could just go to the microphone so everyone can hear you. Thank you.
So Rick Betancourt, Town Meeting Member 5. So Karen, the goal of today wasn't to create the actual verbiage or the language for what this recall is, right? Because it says established provisions, right?
It's a basic idea, and I knew that there would be questions about it, and that's okay.
So, but the provision or the actual articulated language could be developed later on after the board decided to, if that was in their purview, correct?
It can be refined from this. This was approved, but it can be refined.
Okay. So we have, how many other towns were okay with 350?
I believe 350, I don't know how many. Those are the larger towns. The smaller towns okayed 50.
But the larger towns, demographically speaking, similar to ours?
Yes.
Okay, so it's okay for them.
It's okay for them. It's an average.
And as far as turnout goes, we have generally a 2 to 3% voter turnout. So you're not going to, it's been historically the case at Danvers. We don't get a lot of people to come out and vote. So therefore, I think it's relatively important to note that, because getting a 350-person sort of petition could be in line very much so with the total number of voters that actually came out to vote that day. I think I'm a little disappointed, and I agree with Mike. that perhaps the charter might be a good place. But I'm a little disappointed to hear, if somebody commits an egregious act, because you can't remove the select board. Nobody can remove the select board, right? You can't vote them off, right?
Right.
The select board can't remove them. But to actually hear, just if they did something bad, just to leave them for a year or two?
It's happened before, Rick?
Whether it happens before or not, I think that's a poor way of looking at the form of government that we have, but we can't just let somebody there. So, I mean, I think a recall is 100% in line, and I just think that, I think we got lost in the idea that we're talking about actual language.
Well, actually, Rick, I'm going to correct you. The language is in the warrant article.
The actual language?
Yes.
Specific, the actual language is in the warrant article that,
For removal?
for the removal?
Yes.
All right, I didn't have that because I'm not running for town meeting this year, so. But if there's things missing from the warrant article that to what Mike's mentioning, then perhaps the charter is the way to go. But I think it's to say, somebody did something bad, just leave them on for another year and a half, or 2 years, or 2.5 years.
Can I just ask the clarification? People, forgive me if I'm being ignorant, but the 350 is petition signatures, right? It doesn't pertain
To begin the
it's
process.
not a measure of election day turnout, right? Somebody, just like you're getting a petition if you want to run for office.
Correct.
You get 350 signatures on a piece of paper. Right.
To begin it, yep.
Okay, so the turnout in an election, I'm trying hard to connect how low turnout in an election pertains to the difficulty of getting 350 signatures. You guys get what I'm saying?
No. The 350 is to start the process, and then
Right.
later on, once it's filed with the Office of the Clerk, that's where you're looking for 20% of the last vote.
Okay.
350 and 20%. Got it.
It's right before Section 3. I don't know if you have a copy of this.
Okay, so then we're talking about 400 additional, or can it be the same people?
I would imagine it would have to be additional. It's got to be 20% of registered voters from the last election.
But the people that already signed it do or don't count?
They would count in it, they would have to re-sign, they would have
Right,
to
they
actually
have to-
sign the document.
What section is that in here?
Right before Section 3?
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else from the audience? Yeah. Oh,
Forgive the math major, but if our turnout
if you
is
could go to the
2,000
microphone, please. Sorry to make you go all the way over there.
Does someone have a number of the total registered voters from the last election
It's a little over 20,000
that showed up in the last election, that
registered
voted?
voters.
Showed up with a number of.
Yeah,
A registrar is here. He could probably answer the question.
There we go.
So my figure is we're talking about the number of voters that actually voted in the last election, or the number of registered voters registered at the date of the last election.
Can I just offer, I just checked in with Kathy Ellsworth as a point of clarification. Number of registered voters is north of 20,000. We had 13% turnout for the last local election. So it is higher than, it's not outstanding, but it's higher than 2 to 3%. So
Once again, I believe, so my question is it 20% of the number of registered voters registered at the last election, or the number of actual voters that voted in the last election?
20% of the total number of voters duly recorded on the registration list of the clerk as in the recent preceding election. So the people who voted,
The date of the last election, not how many voted. 'Cause that's a huge number. 4,000 votes. 4,000 signatures.
indeed,
Later on, you have your numbers back, and it's going to be 350 million dollars, which is much more than
Any other questions from the audience? Yes. Just make sure you go right to the microphone, please.
Deborah K. Nicolini, Precinct 7. I want to thank you very much for bringing this forward. What's obvious to me in just listening is that you're actually accepting the fact that there might be somebody that you work with or is on the board that has committed a crime or will commit a crime, and you're just going to let them sit there until the next election. That's obvious to me in the discussion I've just heard. That's more upsetting to me than not letting this go through. I also want to know a timeline of when you're going to visit the charter for this particular request. Is it, start it in 2 weeks, and how long do you think it's going to take, and how are we going to know when it's done?
That would be a question that you need to direct to the Board of Selectmen. Mr. Bennett may want to comment on that. If you'd like to, you certainly can, but you might not have an answer.
I don't have an answer because we haven't discussed it, and I'm only one member of the board. I can't make that decision.
I can state, generally, it's a process that's laid out in mass law. It's about a 10-month process once it starts, and it's initiated by the select board.
Okay, and you're going to just do it with the select board, and that's it? There's no other?
No, it's a very public process. It's prescribed in law. It involves citizen input,
Okay.
as well as input from other local boards and
And you'll invite her to the table?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Is there a motion?
I'll move the article.
Second.
As a point of reference, the
I'd like to amend
the
that.
select board voted 4-1 unfavorably. And the motion that this board, if this board motions favorably, it would be recommending that town meeting pass it as written. If this board votes unfavorably, then the main motion on the floor of town meeting is to reject, and then town meeting could amend that motion to consider approval.
So instead of moving the article, I should say that I move to,
No
Recommend, if you did not want it to pass, the appropriate motion would be of no action.
No action.
there we go.
I was about to say, just to be very clear, I'm not suggesting a recommendation in either direction. I'm just clarifying based on what I heard to make sure you understand.
Thank you.
So Sally's recommendation is no action.
No
Is
action.
that correct?
I second that.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Come
Thank
back,
you.
because I think this absolutely has value, so.
Don't worry, I'm not going away.
No, I agree, like, in the spirit of what Sally said about picking something that you care about. I appreciate the effort you put forth here. And, yeah, seriously. Thank you.
I do have to go, though. I'm sorry, I can't.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bartha?
So we'll, given the crowd, we've decided to move all of the boring, mundane stuff to the end of the agenda tonight. And we have, except, I know Bill will be waiting with bated breath for those items. But we have two articles tonight related to Essex Tech. The first is the annual article to approve the district's assessment to the town of Danvers. That's Article 4. Article 5 is related to the home rule petition that was submitted by the Select Board to the Finance Committee. And I do believe we have representatives with us tonight to present an overview of the budget, which was provided electronically to the Finance Committee prior to the hearing.
Yes. Great. You have Shannon Donnelly and Marie Nemorowski here with us. Did I say it right this year, Marie? Nemorowski, I got it, all right. Welcome, we're glad you could be here with us. And if you'd like to present your budget, Article 4, not that there's much information in the article itself, but is on page 5 of your warrant books if you're looking along. And I don't know, do you have any extra copies of the? If
We
you
do.
don't, that's okay, but there might be some floating around.
So I guess I can start.
Please.
Good evening, I'm Shannon Donnelly, principal at Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical School. So I just have a quick statement I'd like to read, and then I'll turn it over to Marie. Thank you for inviting us to present our 2023 proposed budget. Dr. Riccio, although she's here via Zoom, regrets not being here in person, as she's with our students who are competing in the International DECA competition in Atlanta. We're happy to report that our proposed assessment to our sending communities remains at minimum contribution per pupil, which is the minimum amount required to spend based on the formula set forth by the state. This is due in part to over $6 million in competitive and entitlement grant funding since July 2021 and strong revenue streams. In fact, the Danvers per pupil assessment decreased from FY22. The total overall assessment cost is based on enrollment, which is 231 students at the present time. As indicated previously, we are responsible for providing high-quality career, technical, and agricultural education as indicated by Governor Baker and his cabinet. This is done through maximizing enrollment, adding after-dark programming, and expanding the CTI initiative, therefore operating 3 shifts per day. At this time, we have 252 students on cooperative education placements, including 38 students from the town of Danvers. We also have 26 employees from Danvers, employers from Danvers invested in our cooperative education program. This is an increase from just 12, as seen in the budget book when it was printed. These companies benefit from our vocational and agricultural programs, and our students gain valuable workplace skills at an early age in their respective fields of study. Our district prides itself on the work we do every day to prepare our future workforce. Regardless of their technical or agricultural trade, students are prepared for high-skilled careers. While 70% of our students attend post-secondary education, this includes apprenticeship programs such as those in the plumbing and electrical building trades. Often, students will enroll in our Nighthawks program to further their licensure requirements in the trades. The Education Reform Act of 1993 requires that all schools in the Commonwealth prepare students to be college and career ready. With this expectation, the claim in Article 5 stating that our vocational technical school is not meeting the needs of an underserved student population is unfortunate. Our students come to us from 53 communities across 3 counties. Many communities of higher need, while others are from more affluent communities. We believe vocational and agricultural education is good for all kids, despite their background or zip code. In fact, we focus on believing that all kids can achieve at high levels. Please keep in mind, Essex North Shore is the public vocational school for the town of Danvers. Those students and families have a right to choose the form of education they believe will work best for them. The mission and model of Massachusetts vocational education has changed from decades ago, when the perception was that struggling students were the only ones that should attend the VOC. In closing, our budget is responsible and done with careful consideration of the communities we serve. We use our 5-year strategic plan to guide us through the budget process. This, combined with our ability to secure competitive grant funding and access revenue sources, has resulted in this minimum contribution budget. We're happy to work with Danvers and look forward to our new students joining us in the fall. At this time, I'd like to introduce our school business administrator, Marie Zamorowski, to answer any budget questions.
Thank you, Marie, and thank you, Shannon. Before we begin our questions, I just want to remind everyone that we are only going to be discussing Article 4 right now, just budget. Article 5, the home rule petition, we'll discuss once we've completed the discussion of the budget. So if you've got a question, either this is for Finance Committee members or members of the audience, your question will be out of order if it is not reflective of the budget that we're discussing right now. Sally.
Thank you. So there is a chart in the materials that you provided that shows that for the town of Danvers, the assessment is $3,865,576, which is the number that's also on page 5 of our budget book. And according to this chart, that the per pupil cost is $16,734. Do you see where I am in your materials?
Yep.
So $16,734, that's the per pupil cost for Danvers students who attend your school?
Actually, I am looking at the assessment sheet, and for the town of Danvers, it's $16,912 for, oh, I'm sorry, you are correct. I was looking at FY22. Yes, you are correct.
$16,734, which is a lower per pupil cost than
I
last year.
apologize. I was looking at 22, but it's 23. Yes, that is correct.
So we went through the Danvers School Department budget a couple weeks ago, or a week and a half ago, and the per pupil costs in that budget was $18,385, almost $2,000 higher, which surprises me because we tend to think of technical vocational education as being more expensive per pupil. Am I missing something? Am I looking at the numbers wrong?
Yes. So the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education releases a per pupil cost worksheet every year. And the per pupil cost for Danvers, you were probably looking at that particular report for the $18,000 per pupil cost. If you look at that for Essex North Shore, we're at about 20,000 and change for per pupil cost. That is based on actual expenditures reported to DESE, and that's an annual report that they release. The 16,000 that you're looking at is the assessment worksheet that the town of Danvers actually pays per pupil to Essex North Shore.
So I guess I had seen that number. It's 19,863, that per pupil cost that you just mentioned.
Yep.
But I can't quite figure out how to align those numbers. The 19,863 per pupil expenditure based on that state form, and this 16,734 figure that you have in the chart.
Because it's two different calculations. The assessment sheet is strictly based on the assessments assessed directly to the 17 municipal communities. So you're paying, for your 231 students, you're paying 16,000, exactly is that number again? $16,734 per student.
Okay.
The other report is an actual real expenditure report that is issued by DESI based on the entire expenditures reported to them.
Because
it's two different reports.
Because is this true that some of your expenditures for the school overall are not included in the assessment per community calculations that you have to do? No? Yes?
So, no, this is our entire operational budget. It doesn't include like grants and those types of things, but it includes our entire operational budget, including our farm facilities, our, plowing of the school property, maintenance, it includes all operational costs.
Okay. So again, according to this chart, the fiscal 23 preliminary assessment, it shows that the fiscal 2023 assessment overall, across all communities, is $20,218,196.
Yes, that's correct.
But your annual budget for 23, is it higher than that number actually?
Yes.
And what makes it higher? What things?
So we have other revenue sources. We have our.
But I'm talking not about revenues now. I'm talking about the expenses. What your budget is.
Yes. So the way our budget works is we build our budget, our operational budget. It's approximately $33 million. And then the way we assess the communities is we back out all of our revenue sources, like our Chapter 78, our transportation reimbursement, our local receipts, our Chapter 74 tuition, and then we assess the remaining amount of that budget to the 17-member communities. So that's why this isn't 100% of our budget. It's only the assessment portion to the 17-member communities.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay.
I do have a couple of questions. There's another chart that's in the materials, specifically called Danvers CTE enrollment for school year 2022. What is that CTE for? I couldn't remember.
Career and technical education.
So would all of the Danvers students be reflected on this chart? So if I added up all the bars here, would it be the total number of Danvers kids?
Yes, that should be the total number of Danvers kids. Yep.
And I'm sorry that I'm sure some of you haven't had a chance to see this. I really just got it myself, but it shows that the highest category is information systems, technology, and plumbing, followed by health assisting, dental assisting, culinary arts, and hospitality, and then goes down from there. It was a broad range. But a couple of questions that I had is, there's something called, I apologize for not having it right at my fingertips. A partnership program that seems to involve Beverly, Marblehead, Swampscott, and Mass DESE. What is that?
So the partnership program is our After Dark program. So students in our partnership programs attend their hometown high school in the morning for their academic classes, and then they come to Essex North Shore in the afternoon for their vocational programming. So it just provides vocational access for more students.
So
I'm just going to, Heidi wants to jump in. She just needs to unmute herself in order to do that.
She is unmuted.
Yes, thank you. I'm all set, though. They're doing a great job. Thank you.
So does that mean that, are there any Danvers kids that do that? The list only refers to Beverly, Marblehead, Swampscott.
Right, there's only a few towns that are part of the partnership program at this time. There are no Danvers residents in the partnership program.
And is there a reason for that?
It's so far, we've started it a couple of years ago, so it's still gaining momentum, but it hasn't been, it just hasn't started in Danvers.
Okay, and
Yeah, I can, if you want, I can actually just kind of give you the brief history, but 4 years ago, we were approached by the Construction and Craft Laborers Union, Local 22, and they were working with the City of Gloucester to increase access to vocational education at our school. And so as a result, we received private funding from a foundation in Gloucester called the Burns Family Foundation, as well as funding from the Laborers Union. The next year, we did write a grant from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education to increase to our 2 gateway cities, which is Peabody and Salem, because that is really the foundation of the Partnership After Dark program, is to really look at those students that are on wait lists from gateway cities. From there, the town of Beverly, or the city of Beverly, actually reached out to us, as well as Marblehead and Swampscott, to join. So we did not actually pursue them. They reached out to us. Most of this funding has been through grant funding and small tuition-based memorandum of understanding.
Thank you. And the Nighthawks program that you've referred to is kind of adult ed after hours, but you were saying that some of your current students also attend some of the Nighthawks programming?
Some of our graduates attend the Nighthawk programming. So for example, an electrical student might graduate and then attend our electrical Nighthawk program in order to gain their licensure.
Got it. So again, another chart talked about your total enrollment for the current school year, I guess, is 1734. And I did not have the opportunity to go back to when the school was being planned and built and all that, but that seems like that number is over the initial capacity figures that we were working with.
Well, we have increased enrollment over the last several years in order to allow for more opportunities for vocational education and increased access. So our current numbers are 1654, and our expected enrollment for next year is 1734.
But my question is that over the capacity for which the school was built?
We are at about capacity right now. We're
So
full.
yes, it is MSBA. If you're familiar with MSBA, they only allow you a certain percentage increase over your existing enrollment. So unfortunately, the building was not built for the actual capacity or need for vocational education on the North Shore. Also keep in mind that approximately 350 of our students are agricultural students, where they only receive access to agricultural, which is a unique legislative component of our school district, unique really to any other school district across the Commonwealth. And so our building was built for approximately 1,450 students. We have been able to expand the enrollment based on opening classrooms, much like any other school district that has limited space for the need of the population of students.
So are you managing? I mean, you're over 200 kids more than, well, you're almost 200 kids more than was originally planned.
We're managing.
Yep, you are, yes. So what we're able to do with that space is keep in mind that our seniors, the expectation is that our seniors receive a real work-based learning experience through the cooperative education program, which right now we have 250 students who are on co-op. Well, when those students go out on co-op during their shop week, that frees up space in order for us to increase enrollment. We also have the South Campus, which is the old agricultural program or agricultural school, and there are 3 buildings on that side of campus where we're able to use for classroom space. So we have been able to open up I will say that we have not asked for any additional funds from any of our communities for this expansion. Everything has been done either by internal staff, by our students in the building trades, or by funding and grant funding that we have received from the state.
Thank you, which brings me to, I just want to ask two questions about the actual budget expenditure summary that was in the materials. There were two especially large increases that I wanted to ask you about, one of which is total extraordinary maintenance, which has gone up by 177%, a $350,000 increase over last year. What's that all about?
Well, we are in the process of negotiating with two of our unions, so that is kind of setting aside a little bit of funding to
Putting it aside in the facilities operations part of the budget?
It's our contingency line item. That's where it is in our budget right now.
Okay.
That's where the line item is set up.
And then the other large increase area is in total district-wide academic leadership, which is a 59% increase. Can you explain what that is?
I can probably explain that a little bit, I believe, is that at our school, when our school opened, we do not, much like probably every other district in the state, have department heads or lead teachers. So one of the components that we will be seeking is to, because of our enrollment, we have 1,700 students, but we do not have any middle managers as it relates to department heads. So that funding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Marie, but that funding is to allocate funding sources for us to be able to have department heads for each of the departments that we have at the school district.
It does also include the new position of our freshman academic coordinator.
Freshman academic coordinator, is that what you said?
Yep.
Thank you. Those
Academy, sorry.
Academy, sorry. Freshman academy.
Thank you. Those were my questions.
Eric.
Thank you. I want to refer to this particular page, and the historical budget overview page, it says operational expenditures by funding source. So if you could just help me, there's the red category, there's the blue category, and there's the green category. So state aid, the assessment, and then, member assessments, and then other funding sources. Can you just talk a little bit about how each of those things are, how do we arrive at that particular number? Just the big overview. I particularly want to talk about other funding sources and trying to get there, so I don't need to get in the weeds on it, but I just want to make sure I understand the concepts.
Yeah, so the state aid is obviously our Chapter 70 funding and our transportation reimbursement funding. The assessments are derived after all the other revenue sources are, we come up with other revenue sources. The other funding sources are what we call our local revenue funding, which is some of our smaller things like our parking fees, our athletic fees. We issue invoices to our out-of-district communities that send students, so that's our Chapter 74 tuition reimbursement, our Chapter 74 tuition payments. We also pay, they also pay transportation, and on some occasions they paid special education costs, incremental costs. We have a little bit of rental income coming in that is budgeted. So those are the major sources of our other local revenue.
And so for the FY23, it looks like, is that a $900,000 decrease? I'm trying to get the math right, but from the prior year, how does, it seemed like it had been going up, but there's a significant drop in that particular.
Yeah, so we did receive a significant increase in our Chapter 70 money this year, which was about a $1.2 dollar increase, and that right off the top comes off our your assessment. So we reduce your assessments by that, but then we have to meet your minimum local contribution. So with the increase in the Chapter 70 money, we hit that minimum contribution a little bit quicker than we would normally do. So that's why it shows a little bit of less revenues We do have some revenues that we, move into our revolving funds to offset some of those, some other expenditures. So basically, we hit that minimum contribution level, so that's why that looks like it's a little bit less.
Okay, and are grants included in that other category?
No, grants are separate.
Grants are separate.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Mike?
Sally covered a couple of my questions, but I'm trying to understand what is equitable local contribution requirement. That's the first time I've seen this page here that has a couple of formulas on it. Is that what we're basing this on?
Yes,
The
so
tax?
that is the state formula, the local minimum contribution, and that is kind of a simple way to look at it. The state uses certain factors that they put into that formula to calculate each individual community's local minimum contribution. It's based on the two major things are the property values and the income of the community. So that's just kind of a quick summary for you to look at, so kind of get you a brief idea of how the state calculates the minimum contribution.
Well, doesn't look simple to me, but.
It isn't simple. That's why it's hard to, that's why it's more of a high level.
Okay, one of your explanations, you've got 98% salary. No. Salary is 63%, contingencies is 22%, and fixed costs is 13% of the budget. We left out 2% there somewhere.
Yeah. 2% across the board. It's just various ups and downs. If you look at, as you looked at the summary budget, you see some ups and downs. So the 2% is just the remaining pieces of the budget.
It's like 10% of a contract extra.
Yeah.
Okay, on the facilities of, she covered that one, extended maintenance, thank you. And I think she covered also the cost you show on the chart of 16,734 versus the 19. So the town of Danvers is actually comparing your per pupil cost to ours. We're around 18.5 and you're 19 something, right?
Correct. Yep.
Which isn't too bad, considering all the equipment and everything that you have there. The list of current employers is very impressive. And I guess the question is, on the bar chart, I don't know if it's a question or not, is the pupil breakout for the town of Danvers, the courses. I don't believe any of those courses at all are at the Danvers Public Schools.
So right, those are our career technical education programs. So those are not offered at Danvers High School. They are vocational programs.
Right, so that's another reason why kids that are more involved in a trade rather than a college-type degree would be going to the VOC, right?
Well, many of our programs do require post-secondary education. So, for example, dental assisting, health assisting, biotechnology, sometimes IT will require further education. But some of our students will go directly into the trades, yes.
Yeah, because the biggest one is like plumbing and culinary arts and health, nursing information systems. Okay. I think that's about it for me. I guess that's it for me. Thank you.
Paul?
Yes, thank you. For the years I've been on this committee, I've always seen a very well-prepared budget, and I want to thank you again for that. I don't have a lot of questions, or any questions really, regarding the dollars and cents of it. Makes all sense to me when I can go through it. The only minor thing I would have, and I hope it's not considered petty, but I wish you would number these pages.
Okay.
Because I'm telling you, if
We
you're
will
trying
do
to
that
find,
next
and
year.
if you're in the audience and
Yes.
you're looking
Yep,
for a
that's a good
spot,
idea.
it means a lot to us. And I know I've mentioned it before, but please try to do that next year, okay?
Yes.
Um,
Write it down.
You mentioned right now, I believe the numbers were 1,734 students.
That's the, well, the estimated, projected for next
Right.
year, yep.
School was originally built for somewhere around 1,400,
1440.
right? Do you have any plans to expand the structures to increase the enrollment at this stage? Short range or long range?
So short range, no. We may get creative with, we've used some office spaces that we've converted into classrooms, and we've converted some small classrooms into larger classrooms to accommodate larger classes. We may expand into classrooms on, as Heidi mentioned, on the south campus. So in the short term, no, we do not plan to expand any more than that. However, we do hope long range to build additional space for more students. Yes, we do.
So you will be increasing the enrollment at some point, you feel?
Yes.
And this is due to need?
Yes. Yes.
Now,
Yeah, I mean, I can also expand on that just a little bit, just for knowledge, is that we did submit an MSBA statement of interest for a larger expansion project. We do recognize that this may take 5 to 6 years before we get into the queue. However, as you all know, vocational education is a form of education that many people desire. And we have had over 1,700 applications for 450 spots. Our goal is to maximize the form of education that people are requesting. Not just students are learning differently, students are looking for a different form of education. And so this is no longer voc ed as we know it from 1978. This is career and technical education, and we do have an obligation to make sure that we provide as much access as we can to our 17 communities, but also the additional 38 for our agricultural programs across the state. Other expansion projects that would be a much smaller project, as Principal Donnelly offered, would be a smaller expansion project on the south side of campus that would be done with funds outside of an MSBA statement of interest.
so you can gently expand your enrollment right now by just adjusting the space within the structure of a particular building, offices, et cetera. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I noticed just as a point information for me, driving up 62 on the left-hand side where a lot of the buses are parked, it looks like there's some foundation work being poured. What is that particular project?
So that is our Larkin Cottage project, which is, it will be a community center, if you will, agricultural museum, meeting space.
Okay,
And that's being built largely by our students.
fine.
And just for everyone's clarification, that when we're going down 62 westbound, the south campus is the left side of the street, correct? That's what
Yes.
you're referring to as?
Yes, South Campus is
South
the left
Campus,
side
okay.
as you're heading towards
Thank you.
Middleton, yes.
And the last question is, you don't charge athletic activities fees at all, do you?
Oh, go ahead.
I think years ago when we had these meetings, I think it was brought up, and I believe at the time there were no fees charged, so.
Yes, we are charging a $100 per sport athletic fee with no family cap, so yes, we
How
are.
about bus transportation fees?
The only bus fees that we charge are to our out-of-district communities that send students, that we charge a transportation fee for that. We do not charge student transportation fees.
The bus transportation fee that you charge may be it must range from students needing transportation in Danvers all the way out to Gloucester and beyond. That varies, I would assume. It's not, is it a flat fee or is it?
So the fee that we charge our 17 communities is the assessment, and that's based 100% on enrollment. The fees that we charge to the surrounding communities that are not part of the 17-member communities has been a varied rate based on the number of students on the bus. However, it was a very cumbersome process to do that. The school committee this year approved a flat $17.50 fee per student starting FY '23.
I might have misspoke, but one, if you're part of the 17 communities, there's no fee for bus
No,
transportation.
just what.
That's part of the assessment, though.
That's part of your assessment,
Right,
correct.
okay.
Correct.
That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Which programs are the most competitive from an admission standpoint?
Which career tech programs?
Yes.
It varies from year to year. So our students apply for admission to Essex North Shore. They don't apply for admission to a particular program. And then in 9th grade, they visit and explore 7 different programs. And then in December, end of December, beginning of January, then they choose which career tech program they want to pursue. So, so they don't apply based on what program they want to enter into. And then popular programs vary from year to year. I can say this past December, our most popular programs were electrical, dental, and veterinary sciences.
What's that?
Ted?
A couple of my questions have been answered. So just to clarify on the activities and fees, so a student that goes there and plays 3 sports a year and rides the bus, their fees would be $300 for the year?
Correct.
Okay. Enrollment growth, I know we already talked a lot about it, but it sounds fair looking at the growth, the in-district enrollment growth year to year, been between like 65 and 90 kids per year, and just the narrative that you guys have provided us. It sounds fair that we should expect in 2024 and 2025 that number is that in-district enrollment's going to continue to head north at roughly the same pace.
Well, this graduating class, the class of 2022, is our last class that is below 400. So there's about 365 students. Okay. So, and our incoming freshmen will be somewhere north of 400. So that will probably remain about the same over the next few years.
So then we should expect that in-district number to level off? Is that?
I would hope that number would level off. Just based on our current space restraints, I think that number will level off over the next 2 years or so.
Okay.
Yeah, without a large expansion project, I just want to, sorry, I'm jumping in. So without a large expansion project, like Principal Donnelly said, the under 400 is the last graduating class. And so without an expansion project where we would be adding space, it would definitely level off as we had anticipated previously.
Okay. Marie, can you just talk, so obviously it's pretty impressive that you guys are able to keep your per pupil spending flat or slightly down given just normal inflationary pressures and things like that. Can you just briefly talk about some of the factors that were enabled you to do that?
Most of the factors are related to our ability to find revenue sources. We've increased our out-of-district tuition rate as we worked with DESE to increase that rate. So that's a big source of revenue for us. As Principal Donnelly mentioned, we had over $6 million in grants this year. So that is another avenue that we are able to, our administrative team, our grant go-getters. So we've received a lot of grant funding. But those are the 2 big pieces that enable us to keep our budget down and our assessments as fiscally responsible as possible to the 17-member communities.
And then, so have there been any economies of scale as you've grown and levered the capacity of the facility that you have that have contributed to that, or any changes in programming? More of a focus on less capital intensive fields of study or anything like that?
Not necessarily. No, not necessarily. Typically, if we have a program that requires expensive equipment or something like that, we will pursue grant funding for that equipment.
Okay.
We've also utilized our E&D funding for some of those capital projects, so we don't, obviously, it's very difficult for us to go out as a district to go out and bond, as we need member communities to approve that. So we've been utilizing our E&D to take care of some of our, mostly our South Campus, as they're older buildings, to try to keep up with the maintenance on those buildings.
And then lastly, just one line item. I don't have a page number, but in the line item budgets on the right-hand page, the special education and guidance line, can you break down the FTEs there and just give me a quick explanation of what's guidance and what's special ed and what the special ed programs are?
Are you looking at the budget summary page?
It looks like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the right-hand page where
Right-hand page.
the FTE is 38.5 and the grand total is 3.34 million.
So that is a summary of our entire special education budget and our guidance budget,
Okay.
student services budget? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, can you break down the two? Do you know, like ballpark?
So as far as how much is special education and how much is guidance? Yes, I think I have it. Is it, actually, you know what, I don't have that broken down on this report. Let me take a quick look on my detail report. So, the guidance budget, which includes the admissions piece of it, is, the FY23 budget is 1.4 million, 1.415 million. And the special education is is obviously the difference, which includes all the special education instructional staff and paraprofessionals and the administrator, the director of special education, and all those costs.
Okay. Mr. Jacob. And I forgot one last question. I forgot because we talked about enrollment before. But in the narrative, in the proposed budget narrative, it talks about, at the bottom of the first page, further, we anticipate increasing our partnership enrollment for the communities of Gloucester, Beverly, Marblehead, and Swampscott. This partnership is an added collaborative effort through increasing access to students in our sending communities. I guess maybe Shannon, can you talk a little bit about what you mean by increasing access and how that's changing year over year?
And how that's changing what?
Yeah, and how that's changed versus what you've done historically in those districts?
So as Heidi mentioned, we started our partnership programs about 4 years ago when we were approached by the laborers union. So the partnership program provides the opportunity for students to receive their academic education in their comprehensive high school and then come to us in the afternoon. So again, because we have students that are on co-op, that provides space in our CTE areas or our career tech areas. We may not necessarily have that same room in our academic areas because students return to us on the weeks that they're in their academic classes. So it just provides additional access for students who may have either applied to Essex Tech as an 8th grader or 9th grader and didn't get in, but still want to pursue a vocational track, and therefore they can come to us in the afternoons. Or it may be a student that didn't think that a vocational education was for them as an 8th or 9th grader, but then as maybe a 10th or 11th grader decided it might be something they want to pursue, and therefore they apply to our After Dark programs.
Okay. So that specifically pertains to the After Dark programs and not to the general?
Correct, yes.
Thanks. I don't have any other questions.
Ciara, I have another one.
Mike, actually.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry,
No,
I'm
no,
sorry.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
Sally first, go ahead.
Thank you. I just saw that Ted was the end, so sorry, Mike. How do you go about recruiting kids to apply? What do you do?
So we do have, our admissions department has a recruitment period in the fall where they go out and they'll do recruitment visits at our area middle schools, both in our sending communities and in our out-of-district communities. We did also do some in our out-of-district or surrounding communities, we like to call them. We did some outreach in the evenings, like parent sessions at local libraries or things like that. We also have our annual open house and students in 8th grade in our sending communities receive an invitation to come to our open house where they can see the programs, talk to students, talk to staff.
So are your recruitment efforts relative to Danvers any different than they are for any of the other communities?
No, it's the same. It'll be the same in all of our, sending communities, and mostly in our out-of-district communities as well. Sometimes we don't have access to come into the middle schools to do our presentations, but that's why we did some of the community events as well.
Thank you.
Mike?
So in instruction, the 2,000, I'm just looking at the two by function and by the back-to-back sheets here. And obviously, those are the same things. I'm just trying to build off of Ted's thought process with it. So there are 38 and a half full-time positions in the special ed guidance and admission.
Yes.
And can you break down, I know you talked about it from a budgetary standpoint, but can you break down the numbers for each one of those positions?
I do not have that detail with me this evening, but I certainly can get that to you.
Okay, so, I mean, I only ask it because it's just, I'm guessing it's been this way for the last 5 years that I've done it, that this is the same way that your budget has been presented to us. It's just a very odd grouping of items together. But, yeah, if you could get that to us, great.
Yep.
Can I ask one more question, too?
Yeah.
So, generally speaking, your website is terrific, and the content you guys have on it and the data that you provide. Perhaps much to Dr. Riccio's frustration, I've been able to find a lot of stuff there in the past couple months. I'm just curious, what do you guys, how many headcounts do you guys devote to communications and maintaining that? And that's, that's really.
So maintaining our website?
Yep, maintaining the website, the content, all that kind of stuff. Yep.
So our website is primarily run by our Director of Technology. And, I mean, he really kind of single-handedly takes care of that website on his own.
Okay.
Yeah, so it is managed by the Director of Technology. The social media aspect of our communications is a team effort by every administrator in the building, including myself, that will snap the pictures and tell the story. So, but our Director of Technology, Joe Marino, who is a proud graduate of North Shore Tech, has done a fabulous job. And it's not 100% clearly like any website. You do try and forget to pull off old information, but we do our best. So we're very fortunate to have him.
Thanks. That's it.
Any questions from the audience on the budget? Yes.
I'm John Almeida, Precinct 3. I just have a process question. We have an assessment here that, basically, Danvers, here's what you owe for the next fiscal year. Do we have anything to say about it? Like, do we just have to pay what we're told to pay? Or is there an appeals process or some way that we could express disagreement? Or, if there's some, something that we don't agree with on this budget?
Steve?
The short answer is we pay it. Several years ago, Finance Committee held a portion of the assessment in abeyance at the beginning of the discussion that led to Article 5. But I think the way that the enabling legislation reads is that if a third of the weighted votes across the 17-member districts are against the budget, that then budget is returned to the Essex Tech School Committee. And it's not just one vote per member district, so it's each district gets one vote, and then there are a number of weighted votes provided to each district based on the total number of students they have at the school.
Yeah, it has to be approved by 2/3 of our member communities. So we would need 11 votes of approval for it to pass.
So if
Right.
if 1/3 disagree, then
Yeah.
it goes back to the school committee. If 2/3 or more agree, then the budget passes.
Is that by community or by, you said weighted? It's weighted 33%?
It's, for the budget, it's by community.
Okay.
So that's regardless of how many students you have there or how big your community is.
Correct.
I think it might be worth mentioning that the town of Danvers does have representation on the school committee for Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical School. Wayne Marquis, who's also the vice chair of the school committee, is a representative of the town of Danvers on the school committee there. So it's not like we don't have any input, there's that piece.
Any other questions from the audience on Article 4? Yes.
Deb Giswaldo, Precinct 1. A question through the chair to the representatives from Essex North Shore. I'm just curious how many special education students are served at Essex North Shore, students on IEPs, and students who fall in the economically disadvantaged category. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't have that information, but we can certainly get it for you.
I can give you overall percentages for special education and 504. So special education services, obviously, probably much like Danvers, have increased since the pandemic, but right now we're at approximately 18% of our students receive special education services via an IEP. There is an additional approximately 7% of our student population that are on 504s, which means they may have a learning disability, but they don't receive specialized instruction from an IEP, but they may receive accommodations, whether it's extra time for testing. Typically, when a student reaches the high school level, the goal of that IEP is actually to reduce services over time. Because if the educational system is working and the IEP is working, it means that those students have developed the strategies to be successful in order to move beyond the IEP and into a 504. That 504 will then travel with that student for life. For example, my daughter is on a 504. She has dyslexia, but when she was in high school, she had an IEP. When she went on to college, there is no IEPs for college, but there is a 504. So it's basic, much like also the workplace. So if a student needs, or an adult needs an accommodation, it is typically a 504 accommodation. So again, in high school, the hope is that students start to decline services because that IEP is working and that child has been given the tools to be successful. And so that's really the goal. As it relates to our population of students that receive free and reduced lunch services, I would have to get you that number because it does change fairly consistently based on the unemployment matters and some of the struggles that our families have been through during the pandemic.
Thank you. Anything else? Is there a motion?
Move the budget.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming.
Article 5. Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be generally brief because there are 2 pages of explanation in the warrant along with 2 letters that were sent in 2020 and 2021, as well as a number of emails that I believe were circulating among town meeting members this weekend. Nobody wants to hear me read what's in the budget or in the warrant booklet, but I do want to offer a little bit of context to sort of explain how we got to tonight's hearing. In January of 2020, the town received an assessment, a preliminary assessment from Essex Tech, which proposed an increase of $634,000 in our assessment that year. That is more than we spent on police, fire, public works, senior services, recreation, et cetera, combined. And for context, the increase in our assessment that year to serve the 180 kids at Essex Tech was more than the increase we spent serving the 3,400 kids in Danvers Public Schools. That assessment came mid-budget process. We obviously had to accommodate that on the fly. We were able to, unbeknownst to anybody, that was heading into COVID, so we ended up adjusting the budget 2 or 3 times that year before we finally settled on a tax rate recap in the fall. But it meant that a lot of planned investments and expenditures and service expansions were set aside. This was concerning. I raised this question with the Metropolitan Area Planning Councils North Shore Coalition, which is representatives, it's the mayors and the town managers and town administrators from the North Shore. In that discussion, two concerns sort of materialized. One has to do with proportionality, how many students reasonably from each sending district should be expected to attend a school, and then equity. The cities are more concerned about the equity question, which has more to do with the makeup of the students at the school as compared to the sending communities. Smaller towns raise a lot of concerns about proportionality because in some of the smaller towns, for example, an increase of 4 or 5 students in a particular year would have the same impact on their budget as an increase of 30 students would on the Danvers budget. Their concern, of course, was we see increases some year and decreases the next, and that's hard to plan for. Danvers has seen an increase that has averaged 15% per year for the past 5 years, and we attempted to start a conversation 2 years ago to try to get our arms around this. We submitted a letter, which is in the warrant, asking that a conversation be started among the member districts. That conversation didn't happen. We went back a year later and asked, at the direction of both the superintendent and DESE, that we could consider asking the school committee through its bylaw procedures to put some Danvers-specific guardrails in place. We went back in October of '21, made that request. It was rejected, really without discussion or any questions of the town as to why we were pursuing that. The suggestion that was made at the beginning of this process was that ultimately the town had the option of pursuing a home rule petition to try to get its arms around those increases. As you see on the screen, we have close to a $500,000 increase in our assessment again this year. And so the select board, so this has been discussed as both part of the budget process and at financial summits and with the finance committee for really 3 cycles now. And the select board voted unanimously to send this forward to finance committee for consideration. Again, for context, the number that's included in this draft legislation, which was prepared by Senate Council, would essentially reset the town's commitment to the school to where it was in 2018-19. At about 100, we were at about 150 kids then. This would phase in over the next 4 or 5 years, returning that back. And the discussion that took place as part of the budget process last year and at the select board warrant review was the concept of then, as that number stabilized and became predictable, reinvesting those dollars into our own school system for the 3,400 kids who are served there. So I'll stop there. I'm sure there are questions and probably comments, and we're happy to attempt to answer any questions you may have in terms of numbers. So.
Ted?
So before we keep going, I think, raise your hand if you got your email box stained by an email from me in the last couple of days. Okay, so most people, I don't need to regurgitate what you've probably already read. With that said, I did get a lot of feedback from a lot of people. I should say we. I know we met with some folks over the weekend, and one of the recurring themes and the concerns about the warrant article has been that we have no guarantee that the savings that we would generate here would be reinvested within the school district, and there's no recourse if we frankly fail to get the desired results from that reinvestment. And after some discussion with some town meeting members, I'd like to make a motion to amend the article to include a sunset provision that would remove the cap 6 years after it's enacted. So the cap would begin at 40 students after, once the home rule petition is successfully passed by the state legislature, and we would remain that way for 6 years, at which point we would have to re-legislate or revisit the number in order for that number to carry on or for some other number to carry on. And I would point out that I think we always do have the ability to amend that number along the way. If we wanted to change it before 6 years, other than having to go through this process, Steve, am I right that we could plausibly do that?
You'd repeat the same process.
Yeah, we'd be doing the same process. So there's no banishment on revisiting it before that, but that's a forced date for us to reevaluate the success of our efforts. So I think at this point, I'm supposed to let that amendment go up for discussion before we
That would be appropriate.
discuss the actual article? Okay.
I'll second the amendment
I'll
too.
hand
Lovely.
So we have a motion and a second on an amendment to sunset the Article 5 after 6 years. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. So discussion on the amendment to Article 5. Mike?
So, all right, just so I get my head around this. What we actually have is a, okay, I understand it. I'm fine with the sunset provision. I think that it makes some sense to provide people a sense of some surety that this is not headed out in a forever, or however you want to look at it. So I would be fine with that provision.
Paul?
I need some clarification. What are we actually sunsetting again? Slow it down a
So
little
the
bit
cap,
for me. So I
sure,
can get-
so hypothetically speaking, I guess we're talking about FY '24 now for the next enrollment, assuming that our home rule petition would pass the state legislature prior to that admission cycle. The 40-person cap would go in place then and remain in place for 5 more cycles after that.
40 new
Yeah, 40 new
freshmen.
new students per year.
So it's, we're capping it for 4 years?
6 years.
6 years.
Total. Yep, and then after that, we would revert to no
We
cap.
could review it again.
Yeah, and so we have the ability as a town to revisit it at any time, but this is basically a forced expiration date that forces us, we would have to proactively renew it at that point, or
One way or the other.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly.
I'll go with it.
Mike? Is it-
Okay, so you want to try to cap this at 40 pupils per year for 6 years,
Correct.
40 for each grade. So at the end of 4 years, it'll be only 160 from Danvers versus right now, which they have 231.
Correct.
Okay,
It
so,
would slowly, I'm not sure, I think from what I gather, 72, 73 kids were admitted for the next cycle. Shannon, does that sound right? Danvers kids? Give or take? Call it ballpark 70. And, right, yeah, normally, sometimes, I think the actual take rate has been, I think last year 9 declined and 15 declined. So let's say some small number of folks decline. We're looking at 60 more kids, 60-plus kids replacing a smaller cohort in the 4 graduating class, right? So we'll probably be looking at 240 next year, and then after that, it will start to roll down. At that point, there will be a graduating class of more approaching 60 that will be replaced by an incoming class of 40. So it would take several years for the actual enrollment number to drift down to 160.
I guess I having mixed emotions on it, that's all, because I don't know if you're limiting, they interview all these children that go to this school, and if they're only gonna cut it down to 40, and then the 41st might have been close to getting in, but he couldn't, it just seems like you're depriving some of the kids that in the next few years, the cycle, that won't have the ability to go to that school. If you had a kid in the 8th grade, and all of a sudden, you say, well, geez, you probably won't be able to go to Essex Tech, even if you want to be a plumber or electrician, because we only allow 40 from Danvers each year. So
Right now, we're just talking about the cap, the 6-year sunset.
yeah, but the cap is going to be down to 40 people.
Right, no,
per-
but
40 students
for the
per
6
year.
years.
For
But we're
6
just
years.
discussing the amendment of 6 years.
Yeah,
We'd have to get it through the.
with a cap of 40 per year.
Yes, but the cap is still part of the original amendment. Or article, excuse me.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay, and I have mixed emotions on this, and I'm just going to let it go for now. Go ahead.
Eric, anything on the amendment?
So on the amendment, I just want to explicitly say for the fiscal years, as you explained it, Ted, it would hypothetically FY '24 through '29, as I counted it off, right?
Assuming that it's passed successfully, I agree, yes.
Right, so if it starts in '24, it would sunset in '29, which means the 2030 fiscal year would be whatever. It would have no limitations imposed on it unless there were action taken. Is that right? So I just wanted to understand.
Yes.
Exactly, I don't want to just say 6 years, I want to know exactly which fiscal year so that we're all clear. That's all.
Just back
Yeah.
for a minute. How would we go about after 6 years to, what's the way to do this to get it?
To address it
To
again.
get it addressed again after 6 years?
We would presumably, assuming no laws change, we'd have to go through this process again.
No, that's not.
If I understand the amendment, so the language that was provided by the Senate Council says that this section shall take effect beginning with the 23-24 academic year, and at risk of getting in trouble wordsmithing this on the fly, you would add language, something like, and shall expire after the 28-29 academic year. So in the absence of further action, the cap is lifted at that point. If a future select board, town meeting, finance committee wants to revisit this issue between now and then, they could do that, but in the absence of that, it goes away. It would go away based on that amendment, if I understand it correctly.
So after 6 years, then it would revert back to?
There would be no cap.
Right.
Be no cap on it?
Right.
Well, not only are we not, I mean, we're opening ourselves up to another situation after 6 years where all of a sudden the enrollment could jump up if we don't take action.
Sorry.
I mean, we're going to be forced to take action again, one way or the other, I think, if I'm,
Well, potentially, we might be set.
But with new data, right?
Right.
So
Yep.
yeah. So one way or the other, if we're nowhere near this now, it's not in front of, is it in front of the state now?
No.
No.
No, we have time.
Okay.
I'm just trying to think of we've just gone through 2 years of COVID, and it's been terrible on the children that are there. And now we're going to kind of sacrifice these other 5 or 6 years of kids not being able to go to Essex Tech if they want to, because it's only going to be 40 per year from Danvers. So that's why I'm really mixed on this.
I can't wait till the questions come back down this way to get into the actual petition.
Sally?
Well, I mean, I know that right now our discussion is on the proposed amendment for a cap. I think a cap is a ridiculous idea, and I think the whole article is a ridiculous idea. I think it's just bad. I don't think it's the right way to go for all the reasons that Mike was just saying. I mean, we have this gem in the town of Danvers, which is this school, Essex North Shore. It was built there because a lot of people in Danvers pushed to have it be built there. It's a great asset to our town. And as Mike was alluding, it's kind of heartbreaking to think that kids who want to go there are going to now be limited if this passes, because only 40 kids from Danvers can be admitted each year. And if a kid has an opportunity to go there and a desire to go there, and they meet the admissions requirements, and they're offered a spot, I mean, why should we artificially come up with a number to say, no, sorry, not you, not now, not this year, and by the way, this artificial cap is going to be in place for 6 years now, which doesn't help the kid that has to deal with the problem. And kids right now are in huge stress. I mean, the numbers of kids that are suffering from anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues is skyrocketing. This seems to me to be like the last thing we should be thinking about doing. And I know a lot of people, a lot of the rationale behind it has to do with it's drawing kids out of Danvers High School. Well, but the thing is, it's not either or. It's kind of both. We can get the best of both worlds by improving what's wrong at Danvers High School, and in fact, maybe doing a little bit of collaboration with Essex North Shore to provide more opportunities and more educational growth without it cutting back from anybody. The money that goes to pay our assessment at Essex North Shore does not come out of the school department budget. We set that budget already. This is money from the town of Danvers budget. I know it doesn't really matter because it's dollars are dollars, but people say, oh, it's robbing the school department budget, but it's not. It's impacting severely, significantly impacting the town budget. But this is something for kids who may not have other interests or opportunities or have other reasons they want to go there. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about, well, yeah, but kids that are going there now are going on to college. Well, good for them. Isn't that great? I just don't think we should be in the business of shaving away at opportunities for kids. So I disagree with, I will vote against the amendment, respectfully.
Thank you. Any discussion on strictly the amendment of sunsetting it after 6 years? This is the only thing we're discussing right now. Yes, Mr. Typer, to the podium.
Wally Typer, Precinct 5. Thank you. Well said, Sally. You guys, want to cap this and think we can sunset that. Once these spaces open up, I guarantee you the demand is so high that another town is going to jump all over them and take everything that's in excess. If you sunset this, there may not be any spots to negotiate later on to get any students back in.
So are we allowed to talk?
Thanks, Wally. Dan, I just want to give Dan a chance to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the amendment, in my thinking, you're trying to put makeup on this amendment. Actually, it's a three-letter word I was thinking. It's not in my right or anybody's right to tell a parent or a student where you can send your child or not send them. It's a parent's responsibility to send their child to a school that they feel safe, they can thrive, they can succeed. If that number is 40, 200, or 240, it's the town's responsibility to take care of those kids, just as it is the parent's responsibility to take care of their kid. It comes to the town meeting floor, even if you put makeup on it, I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Yeah, so just to the one comment, and part of the whole reason for this warrant article, to the comment about us losing spots to other towns, since 2015, Essex Tech enrollment has grown from 893 to 1,214 last year and to 1,309 this year. Over that same time span, our enrollment has more than doubled. Well more than double. So while I concede that they may fill the spots from other towns, I simply don't see the increase in enrollment from those towns right now. Beverly, right next door, but farther away from Essex Tech, had 111 people there in October of 2015. The school since that point has grown by 300 people. This year they had, as of October 2020, they had 113, literally an increase of 2 students. This past year, it's increased to 140. So they were ahead of us in October 2015, and this year, until just this past year, they were barely half of our present enrollment. And there's plenty of other schools like that. We're 22% of our public high school student body goes to Essex Tech right now. The next 2 closest are Salem and Peabody. Other schools like Gloucester, Beverly are below 10% of their total student body. So I concede, I understand that, I think we have plenty of empirical evidence to suggest that that the demand from other communities hasn't risen nearly as fast as it has here. And I don't see why that would change if we cap it. Or sunset.
Mr. Chair, I would say at this point right now, unless there is going to be specific discussion on the amendment, we should vote the amendment. Everybody will have an opportunity to talk about the amended. So rather than parceling out whether or not people are talking about what they're supposed to be talking about, maybe it would make sense for us to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Almeida, is your question specific to the sunset? Yeah. Go ahead.
Well,
John Almeida, Precinct 3. When I heard the concept of the sunset, it was sort of like, let's see how this goes for the next 6 years. And if it's warranted, we'll revisit it and continue it, or if it's not, we'll just let it drop. My concern is about the near term, and to the extent that we're entertaining amendments, I think, sort of the comments about where kids are at right now, post-COVID, and a lot of the mental health issues that are going on, I think it is a bad time to reduce the numbers. And I would suggest an amendment that would, if we're going to entertain this idea, phase it in rather than entertain a sunset at the end of it, or perhaps both.
Thank you. Anyone else? Tori?
Hi, Tori Adler, Precinct 1, Town Meeting. I'll speak to the amendment, but I think it's salient how the amendment affects the viability of the article. I think, personally, as a town meeting member, I don't feel very good about the article as written. I do feel like I could support it amended. I think the amendment uses the article, which I believe comes out of financial necessity, to create an incentive for the Danvers schools, Danvers High School, to try and remediate the reasons why a growing number of students feel like they would be better served by Essex Tech. A growing number of students that exceeds the number of students in similar communities around us by a very large percentage. It would take advantage of new leadership coming into Danvers and create an incentive for them, a powerful one. And if we can agree that somehow the money saved by this article is reinvested in the Danvers schools, it creates the tools to take advantage of that opportunity. I think this is a great opportunity for us to deal with the immediate need. This is a very large amount of money that we're spending on Essex Tech that is serving a smaller number of students than it might serve in Danvers. And in the end, we could all be better off for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Wally?
So in terms of our sunset, all right, so we have pretty much capped the growth for the foreseeable future. Now, I would argue through 2030, through the end of your sunset, at roughly 1,600 kids overall. So when you say it's gone up, it's gone up, it's gone up, they are at capacity there. All right, we're going to see a handful of students, maybe, if they can work some stuff across the street, but we are at peak. If we give these spots up, we may not be able to revisit that.
I drew a different conclusion from the narrative that we got. My conclusion was in the 1 to 2 year time period, enrollment would probably be near 1,400, and they're actively trying to get creative with things they can do away from the Massachusetts School Building Association to increase capacity, and they've also filed a plan to increase capacity through the Massachusetts School Building Association.
Right, but it's not going to happen within
Understood.
the time of your sunset.
It
It will not happen. It cannot happen. It cannot happen. We don't have enough time for that to happen within the time of your sunset.
And anecdotally?
Not anecdotally, actually.
No, okay, no, let me finish. Anecdotally, I'm pretty sure if we went back to Finance Committee meetings from prior years, we would have been given some soft assurances that enrollment was about to pause at Essex Tech. You can look back at the data of enrollment expansion and see that there really haven't been any pauses.
I'm waiting to see where you're going with that.
Where I'm going is, to put it bluntly, we've been told that enrollment was going to slow down or pause before, and that has not been the case.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then actually now, we're told that they're out of room, with a few exceptions.
I'm telling you, I've heard similar things before. Thank you.
Thank you, Wally. We have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the article all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
5 to 2, it carries. We're now turning discussion to the Article 5, and we'll begin with Sally.
Well, I think I've already made my position pretty clear, and I think that, my concern is for students out there, but also I feel that there's a lot of room for improvement that we can use. We've got these two assets, and I think we can improve what's going on in the high school. It's going to take a few years. We can reach down to the lower grades and start to build that culture of pride, in Danvers. I mean, there's stuff that can be done. I'd like to think there could even be some sort of a collaboration somehow between Essex North Shore and Danvers High. I can't quite picture what they are, but I just can't believe there are not solutions and that we can work together to solve it. I'm sorry to have used rather strong language before, but I just don't think that this is an avenue that's helpful or healthy for us to go down. And I know, Ted, you were saying before that, perhaps we could decide to, if 40 wasn't right, that even once it passes through the state legislature, we could change the number, but I don't think you could. If it's a state law that the cap is 40, I don't think we as a town could reach in year 3 or 4 and say, well, instead of 40, let's make it 50. I don't think it would give us that kind of flexibility. I don't know for sure, but I think once it's locked in to state law, that our chance of modifying it are limited, and I can recognize that your cap would allow for that, to say, okay, we're going to try it out in sunset after a bit of time. But in the meantime, that's 5 or 6 years. That's a whole high school career for a lot of potential students. I just think it's an artificial, almost arbitrary number that doesn't get to the solution of the problems here. That's how I feel.
Thank you, Sally. Eric?
Wow, finally.
Thank you for your patience.
So I love vocational education, and it saddens me to hear the angst. I agree with some of what Sally has said. I arrive at a different conclusion, but I agree the adversarial nature of it is disturbing, and it's not at all what I think is in our best interest. Having said that, I have questions about admissions process. If you've ever applied to private school, right, or college, the process determines where students and what the makeup of students look like. What it seems like, since we haven't seen a curtailing of the number of Danvers students who have attended, then this home rule petition is designed to try and address some of that. If the school's admissions policy only allowed 40 students from Danvers in, we wouldn't be having this conversation. It would just be a policy of the school, and we would accept that, and we would pay our fee, and we would go on. And so I'd like to take out of the discourse, this is depriving said students of this or that or the other thing. I don't think that's a fair narrative to put on the situation, right? Anything that you apply to has a limit for how many individuals are going to be able to gain access. So it's not a fair characterization. Is it somewhat accurate? It treads on accuracy, but I don't think it's the right narrative for this conversation. This conversation, with the admissions policies of an excellent institution, which I believe, I love it. Website, as Ted said, love it. Great information, and I think it does a very good job. I have questions about out-of-district students, right? So I heard tonight for something I didn't necessarily know, the number of out-of-district students, so that's outside of the 17 communities that have access. It leads me to say, if a Danvers student didn't get into Essex, could they go to another vocational program out of district? I suspect that answer is yes. Is there an answer for that? Yes. Right? A better understanding of process. Going to that specific school, if our goal is they must go here or there, then I think we're having zero-sum conversations. If we want our students to have options, then there's Danvers High, there's Essex Tech, and probably, if I looked it up correctly, I think Lynn, Haverhill, and Wakefield, which are not necessarily that far, you know, as options. Do I think they're as good? I don't know. Probably not. But options exist, and so I don't want us to look at it as a zero-sum game. If they don't go here, oh my God, the end of the world, these kids' lives are ended. That's not a fair characterization. Where we are, for me, I sit on the finance committee. I don't sit on the emotional committee. I'm not representing myself as a parent. I can talk a lot about what my interests are as a parent, but from a finance perspective, I see the town contributing $20 million to supplement public education and Danvers. And I see us having to make very difficult conversations and decisions every year. An extra million or $2 million, you know, it's not necessarily apples to oranges. It would help. It would give us the ability to address some things that when we look at the standard education, if you say improve your schools, educators in Danvers are going to say with what funds? We're doing what we can with what we have. So we have to provide resources if we want them to actually do something other than what they're currently doing, from my perspective. That's what my staff tell me when I say do something else. They say, give me the resources, because I can't do more with the resources I have. I need capacity. I think it's an economic question. If there were already some limitations and we were talking about that, that would be fine. Us requesting it or imposing it is uncomfortable, but I don't want to have an emotional conversation. I really want to be able to control the resources within the town in a way, and if we can't arrive at it differently, this is one way to do that. I don't disagree. Do I want more students to go? Yes. We don't control admissions procedures generally, and if this is what we have to do to kind of put some brakes on it, that's not any different than if the school did it, and we wouldn't be arguing with the school to say, we want more kids to get in. And so I'd rather we not fight about that. We may differ on it, and I think that's okay and that's healthy, but I don't want to have a conversation about the kids are going to get or they're not going to get. Children who may or may not be, you know, applying. We don't know their qualifications. We're not reviewing applications. We should not presume what a child's ability is going to be, whether they get admitted or not admitted. What we should be about the business of, for all of the children in Danvers, how do we allocate our limited resources best? That's the conversation I want to have. I don't want to talk about the kids aren't going to get this or the kids aren't going to get that. That's not fair. It's not our job today. It's about $20 million going to our schools, and I'd love to have 22, because I saw a lot of items that were 10,000, 20,000. I mean, if we just said, well, we can't do that roof, where are we going to get the money? Oh, I don't know. We got to do that. A lot of capital projects. It's not fair to say, let's just send everybody everywhere. Resources are unlimited. No one wants more taxes. I've seen that many times. No one wants to pay more, but we want more, and it's just not reality. So I think unless someone can say that the admissions process is just, has no ability to proportion where students come from, or I'll put it differently. If Danvers students in a given year are not there, students from another year go, if it's a fair and equitable admissions process, where the students come from the next year shouldn't matter, right? Unless you are specifically selecting communities and students from that community. If it's more general than that, then we should have no fear of.
Wait a second, Wally's got to get his call.
We shouldn't be concerned about whether our students will get in the 6th year or the 7th year or the 8th year if the students are not being specifically allocated based on community. That just shouldn't be something that we are overly concerned about. But I don't have answers to the admissions process, but I just wanted to say a couple of things. That's my concern. For me, this is about allocation of resources. It's not about let's be fair to the children. Our resources are limited, and everyone from electric bill, I mean, you always hear anything that goes up, no one wants to pay more, but you can't do more unless you pay for more. So we're not going to just keep adding children unless you want to pay for that. Anyone want to pay for it? Step up. If not, let's allocate what we have in a way that makes sense for the town, and sometimes that's tough, and that's why we have gray hair. So that's my position on it. If we can do it amicably, I love the vocational program, love vocational education. I love vocational education, right? but I also love the town, and I recognize the town has limits to its resources, and we have to make difficult decisions, and I hope we can do that without yelling and screaming at one another all night. That's it.
Mike, good luck following him.
And you want me to follow this? I more or less echo what Sally said, and I'm
You
trying.
skipped over me, oh my gosh.
And I'm trying not to let my heart rule the financial aspects of it. But if they couldn't get into Essex Tech, as Eric said, well, they could go somewhere else. But if they do it somewhere else, who's paying for it? Town of Danvers is still paying for it. If they go out of district. So
it's a great point.
It's a great competition between the two schools. Maybe Danvers will now, Danvers High, God bless them, I was Holton High School, and when I graduated, that's how far back I go. It wasn't Danvers High, it was Holton High. But I played for Danvers High School. So anyway, great opinions on everybody's part. I'm going to stay the way that Sally has mentioned, and maybe it's voting for my heart. Maybe I remember, God bless her, McLaughlin, Mrs. McLaughlin, saying, let's do it for the kids. So maybe I got that still in the back of my mind, I don't know. But I'm going along with Sally, and I just want to get understood, the main motion right now is the
article.
Is the article, is the amended version.
As amended, yes, the amendment passed.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm not going to vote for it, thank you.
Thank you.
I should have had a slogan at the end of my narrative. Do it for the budget.
Do it for the other 3,000 kids.
Paul.
Well, having been a supporter of the tech forever, and I still do, I still support it, I realize that they have advantages, in my mind. They have admissions policy, they can say yes or no. We can't say yes or no in this town. We are obligated to educate everyone. If a child comes to us with disciplinary problems coming out of grade 8, we can't say no. We have to take them. That affects the budget in some ways when we don't have the money. $2 million, I want to make sure, and I don't know how you do this, can't do it tonight, that if this passes and we go through and we start to, and we come to some agreement through the state, the savings that we would receive will go to the schools, not to paving roads and filling potholes and fixing sidewalks, but to the schools. So that whatever, because I've looked at these school budgets on and on and on, and this budget too. But I'll go back to the Danvers Public Schools budget, and all 99% of what I see are zeros. And line item 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Except for salary increases that we're obligated to and basic necessities, because the town comes through and helps the school department with their maintenance. So I'm not gonna sit here and say, you know, that $2 million should go somewhere else. I want it to go back into the schools. Because if we're gonna set the limit, somehow, if we're lucky enough, maybe in my mind, to set it at 40 a year, that means more children will stay in the school system, and therefore they'll need the services that we have to provide. And I think that's where we go. If we come out with, at some point, that sunset thing we just voted for, we have the ability to increase it. I don't know if we'd have the ability to decrease it. That's probably another question, but it's just not an open door policy. There's some things you can and can't do, and we are restricted. All right, so there's a limit that what we can do with our money, and I feel it's important that we try to set some limits, because right now the expenditures are getting beyond what I envisioned back in when this school was open. I think it was 2015 or 16, somewhere in that neighborhood. It's getting a little bit big, too big for our budget. That's it.
Mike?
So you're going to enter into this weird world right now where Mike Daly is the fiscal liberal and Mike Landers is the fiscal conservative. I haven't had the opportunity to sit at.
Danvers, where the hysteria
Yeah,
started.
that's exactly
Yeah.
right. So, I mean, every year that I've been here on the Finance Committee, we've seen probably 2 or 3 items to our budget. We get an analysis at the beginning of the budget season, which basically breaks out the biggest numbers. And we always see, you know, some of them you'd expect. You'd expect to see significant increases in health insurance. You'd expect to see significant increases in our liability for retirees. You'd expect to see the occasional big increase, which, by the way, we're going to see next year when it comes to rubbish. You expect to see those things. And I expected to see those things. I've been involved in the budget for 30 years. And what hit me was the huge increase every year with the VOTEC school. And it first year I said, okay, tough questions. Where's your budget go? How do you where do you fit in with these things? We were much harder on the idea that why do you have this budget set up this way? Everybody else does the budget somewhere else. It seems odd that you got this stuff here. What's that mean? Okay, fine. It's happened now every single year, and it's got to the point where it is, as a percentage increase, the biggest increase in our budget every single year. Now, the truth of the matter is that I could never in a million years be as eloquent as Eric was in terms of the way he describes the process. But the truth is, there's always the kid who doesn't get in, whether that kid is the 41st kid or the 61st kid or the 71st kid. Now, we have absolutely no control over who those kids are. My guess is that there's probably been many, many occasions where if we went down and talked to the people at the middle school who know these kids the best, and they would tell you, I cannot believe this one got in and this one didn't. That stuff happens. That's the world. That's how the world works. But as we said, we have the real possibility to bring back into this budget about $2 million. That's real money. Now, I'm not as hawkish as Paul is. Again, we've got a probably $750,000 or $1 million rubbish bill that's going to get hit, and we're going to be voting, whether it's next year or the year afterwards, to have people pay for rubbish bags. We've got all these things that are going to come up budget-wise. But I'm perfectly happy if what is necessary is to put that $2 million, to make a commitment that $2 million plus, whatever that amount is, goes back into our town budget and into our educational budget. So again, our families only pay $100 apiece to play sports, not $1,000. That our families pay less for their bus, not $500 or $600. That we're not talking about cutting AP and electives at the high school next year. That we're not, in this particular situation, talking about keeping sort of inequitable numbers within our elementary schools and being able to put the money down into the elementary schools so that those kids are all in 18 to 20 per classroom space. Those are real advantages to the other 3,000 kids that are in our school system. And again, I feel awful for whoever that kid is, whoever number 41 is, whoever number 64 is. But I know who the other 3,000 are. And that's what this is about, and it is a tough choice. That's what we're here, we get picked to make tough recommendations. That's when the town moderator looks at who they want to put on here, they look for people who are willing to make tough decisions sometimes. They look for people who are willing to accept opposite viewpoints like Sally and I have on this. But the truth of the matter is that in this particular situation, as Eric said, it's about the finances. And I know that's cold, but that is what it is.
So I think Eric, several of you guys have spoken very articulately about this. For me, you guys probably all know I've been pretty involved in this for the last 18 months or so. And I just want to make clear, it's never at any time been my question of the quality of the program at Essex Tech, the quality of the students, the teachers, or the instructors, and what they're doing. It's not. It never has been. As everybody's alluded to here, though, our job is to horse trade. We live in a world where Prop 2.5 constrains our ability to raise property taxes every year by no more than 2.5%, and that's over 70% of the town's revenue. We live in a world where, very reasonably so, a lot of that 2.5% increase goes to cost of living increases for our employees. And we haven't mentioned this yet, but if you're a public employee here and inflation is going up 8% this year, raise your hand if next year you're excited about a 2.5% cost of living increase. Nobody's raising their hand. I fully anticipate, to add to the list of things that Mike's mentioned, the next time our collective bargaining units come to the table for new contracts, 2% is not going to cut it. And I don't blame them. Stuff went up 8% versus last year. Those are real numbers, okay? Down the budget line, healthcare expenses. Steve Bartha does not control the price of insulin. He doesn't control how much it costs to get a heart bypass or any of that stuff. Those are inputs that we have to take as a finance committee. I take the Prop 2.5 basically as an input. That's how much money I had to split up. Then we look down the line and we see the stuff that's growing out of whack or far faster than that every single year. What are my causes for concern? At the top of the list for the past 5 years has been the Essex Tech assessment. It's grown 54%. We cannot have it continue to grow at that rate. We've heard several times tonight that in the near to intermediate to long term, the school is going to get bigger, not smaller. That means enrollment from Danvers, if we do nothing, is going to continue to go higher. And I sympathize with every single point Sally's made and every single point people have made about choice and the quality of the education over there. But not a single person has stepped forward to tell me how much is too much. Is it 22% of our student body? Is it 25? Is it 35? Is it 50? We have, Essex Tech provided a sheet here. It looks like 65% of one community sends their kids to vocational schools. And I'm not sure whether this is a ranking of the top 5 in the state or not, but if it is, we're already top 5 at 22%. We're well above every other town in Essex County, okay? We don't have a choice to sit here and say, let's just do it one more time. We have to be able to plan. When we built the new high school in 2014 and financed it, it was built for 1,100 students. We built the new Smith School. When we approved expansion at Essex Tech, we probably made a reasonable assumption that enrollment growth would occur at a somewhat proportional rate to the enrollment at the time. That's not what's happened. The enrollment since 2015 has been over, is it 40 or 50% Danvers students? 54% from one community, from the host community. We're well over 2 times more students going there than Beverly, than Gloucester. It's not just about the problems at the high school, okay? So we sit here and have to make decisions and look down the road past the next budget. I fully agree that I want to be able to send every kid there, but there are 3,300 other kids in the school. I don't want Danvers High to turn into a place for a handful of kids that are fixated on taking as many advanced placement courses as possible, and all the kids who screwed up in middle school so bad that they can't get into Essex Tech. And the other half of the school goes across the street. I don't know how we can sit here and say, let's work on it, let's make it better, and clap and cheer and expect things to get better without money and resources. And we've talked a lot about it over the weekend. I'm pretty sure that if we pass this warrant article, we're going to suggest a resolution to the select board, Steve, is that right? That's going to commit to investing every single dollar that we save into the school district, and in addition to the sunset amendment. We'll probably make a similar, I don't know whether everybody else is on board, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to make a similar request to the school committee. This isn't about being a tax hawk and trying to cut taxes. This is about looking at the big picture, and many times in life, things that sound great have unintended consequences. And the unintended consequence here, where we are operating in a resource-constrained environment, is we have to choose. And the reason we're singling out the Essex Tech line item is it's grown faster than all other line items, and we have no ability to reconcile it with every other obligation we have in the town without this amendment. We've tried. I completely agree that I would love for this to be more collegial and less adversarial than it has been, but I can tell you that from the bottom of my heart, we've tried to have very straightforward conversations about this, but from where I sit, the correct answer on how many students Essex Tech believes they can take from Danvers is infinity. And that is not a number that we can plan budgets with. It's not a number we can make major capital commitments. $30 million of our debt is tied to the high school. We can't plan with the left hand when the right hand is off doing something completely different. There's 8 empty elementary school classrooms in this district. Let's get them staffed. Let's reinvest in the high school and make it the priority of this town to improve school for everybody in this town, not just the kids that are lucky enough to go to Essex Tech. That's it.
Thank you. Questions from the audience? Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christy Fair. I live in Precinct 7. I have to be completely honest that when I first heard about this cap, I was really angry, a little bit at Steve. I have 2 kids. I have a 7th grader who will be a rising 8th grader, and she is the kid that desperately needs this kind of education. But the thing is, I've also gone to every single finance meeting this year. I got an award from the library director, so I have proof. And sitting in all of those meetings, watching all the budget presentations, and listening to what's coming down the line, I started to change my mind. And the thing is, I want my kid at Essex Tech, but I also want a town that has enough money to spend on the rest of the kids too, and to make all of our schools great. So, you know, this seems to be an impossible situation. There isn't an answer that's going to make everybody happy. We have to compromise, and I feel like this warrant with the amendment is a compromise, but it needs to also come from with an expectation from our schools that they're going to look at why all of our 8th graders are wanting to go to Essex Tech. What are those reasons? And then to reinvest that money into Danvers High and to solve those problems, whether they be educational or curricular or extracurricular or cultural. Do I love the idea of a cap? No, I don't, because it means my kid might not make it. But that's true anyway. She might not get in no matter what. It's not just about the cap. So I just wanted to say that, you know, I have been listening for the last month and a half, and I've completely changed my mind, and I think that this is really the only way forward.
Thank you. Mr. Morose?
Jim Morose, Precinct 3, Town Meeting Member.
Hi, Jim.
So, just for clarification, why is this the expense for this Essex Tech is technically a school or a educational expenditure. So why is it put on the town budget as opposed to the school budget?
Steve?
I mean, they're all funded through the tax levy, so it's the same checking account, for lack of a better term.
I understand that, but my issue is the school department needs to feel the pain of this money. I mean, kids are going to that school for numerous reasons, okay? It's a great place to get a good education, or are they not wanting to go to Danvers High School because of other issues?
I would say that, if I may,
Yes.
that they do feel the pain, and I'm sure Mr. Crane could echo that sentiment, but so does every other department in town.
Yeah.
So it's not solely shared by the school department, but all budgets that are accessed through the tax levy.
again, I understand that, but, I mean, when you look at some of the issues, like, Danvers used to be in the top 10% of, ranked in Massachusetts. I went to the website, and I checked the SAT scores for Massachusetts, okay? So there's 271 school districts in Massachusetts, and we're 189 out of 271. We're like, we're in below 50% of the school districts. So that's where we are academically. We don't even want to talk about that. America used to be number 1. We're now number 34 in the civilized nations. Our educational system has fallen apart, and people and their parents need to have decisions to go where they can get their kids to go. And no one's going to be more conservative than me. Okay, I am, full disclosure, the chairman of the Danvers Republican Committee, but I go with the parents. And when this comes to a vote on town meeting floor, I'm calling for a roll call vote so everyone knows who's, where people stand on this issue. That's all I'm going to say.
Thanks, Jim. Lisa?
Hi, my name is Lisa Silva. I'm a Precinct 7 town meeting member. I'm going to echo a lot of what Christy said up here. I was extremely skeptical of any type of cap at all, and also a little upset with Steve Bartha when I watched some of the meetings where he spoke about this. Because my son also wants to attend. He's a 7th grader at HRMS right now. But after speaking with several town meeting members, residents, members of this committee, and understanding the financial impact as well as the need to focus on solutions in our traditional public schools, questions of equity, questions of what happens to my kid if he doesn't get into the tech, how will his public education go then? A lot of us are putting all of our eggs into one basket thinking, well, I can just send my kid to the tech. And yes, this cap does limit it even more, but it's not that easy to get into the tech now. I don't really think that my child will get into the tech, given it's not that he's not a good student. He is the type of kid that needs to go there. But given some of the requirements and how the admissions process is done, I don't think that he'll get in. I don't think he has a good chance anyway. And I think a lot of kids that need to go there are in that same boat. So after several years of unresolved tension and a search for a new superintendent underway in our Danvers Public Schools, we have a real opportunity to improve our schools. And the conversations that I've had around that are really what's made me start to change my mind and perspective about this. A $4 million payment annually for a relatively small percentage of students disproportionately impacts students across our entire district in grades K through 12. We need to figure out why so many kids are leaving our schools. Have we thought about sending a survey to the students and the parents of kids that are applying to the tech and asking them, why are you leaving? I would imagine that there are a number of reasons, a lot of which have been discussed here tonight already, so I'm not going to go into detail on that. But we need funding to improve the culture, the programs offered, and the training that is necessary to implement some of the ideas to truly reimagine Danvers High School. There are so many layers to this problem, and the solutions really do require a leap of faith on the part of the students and the parents at both DHS, Essex Tech, and across this entire community. My question, though, is that what can you do to ensure that the money saved by implementing this cap and will go directly to improving the issues in our public schools? And who would be the decision maker around that? Thank you.
Sure. Well, we can't do anything as a committee, other than make the strongest recommendation that both the Board of Selectmen and the school committee support using those funds to do exactly what's been asked.
We could conceivably, if when faced with budget time, amend the budget through our recommendation to reflect those important components that have been talked about. So I would say that it's not necessarily this board's completely out of our purview to be able to have an involvement with it.
Would that be up to the select board and the school committee
So-
together, or do you not even have?
I mean, essentially, I mean, it would really be everybody coming together to make it work. If that's, you know, in a kumbaya kind of sense.
So, I've thought a little bit about this too. We have, you know, I'm not necessarily the expert on town bylaws and procedure like CR and my friend to my right here, Mike. But one of the suggestions I might have is we create some sort of a stabilization fund, for lack of a better word, where we break out our calculators and agree on the amount of money that we think we expect to save, and where we give you very transparent uses of that fund. It'll really, to the largest degree, it'll be symbolic. You know, the tax dollars that go into that fund are coming out of the same checkbook, as Steve said, as everywhere else. But at the very least, we'll attempt to show you some transparency so that people don't feel like we're playing fast and loose with the savings. It's not my intent. And as long as I'm up here, I'm going to do my best to make sure that that's not the case. You know, I've probably bored people to tears with my calculations on how much money I think we save per student. I feel pretty confident in those calculations, and I'm willing to push the town to make the investment that directly corresponds to those numbers. So that's what I would say.
That's a great idea. Thank you. Does anyone have anything new they'd like to share? Tim?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tim Donahue, Precinct 4. Biggest thing I have to say is I think we should cap it and not cut it. So when I say that, we rightfully have 231 students there right now. So to cut it down to 160 is really kind of difficult. We've proven that we can make the budget work right now. And what I would really like to see is us cap it where it's at which is approximately 55 students a year, instead of going all the way down to 40. You know, we've heard a lot of things about the budget, but the fact is 56% of the students from Danvers are applying to the tech. There's a lot of desire to go there. It's not a traditional vocational school that a lot of us think about. You know, there's only one person in auto body from Danvers. There's cosmetology is huge. There's a lot of different things, and one that was very surprising to me was actually IT. And there's a lot of places that kids are going on to further their education. Now I'm a big fan of vocations without actually going to vocational school. I own a landscaping company. You know, I've learned masonry and a lot of things along the way. And I'm actually in a plumbing school right now trying to get my plumbing license to also supplement my business. It's not the easiest process in the world, and even going to vocational school, there's a lot of education that has to happen. There's another 3 years in plumbing alone that has to happen after that. So it's a good start for a lot of kids, but it's more than a lot of us think of as your traditional vocation. But the biggest thing is, we've heard a lot of different reasons for the budget why we should cut the number down. And ethically also for surrounding communities, we want to have other people invested in the tech have the opportunity to go to this school as much as Danvers kids do. If not, we're taking opportunities away from other places. However, I have never gotten more phone calls, I have never gotten more emails on any subject in town before more than this right here. It is not something that the average parent and the average student wants. This is to see a cap. But in the interest of both, you know, equity and fairness to our surroundings communities that are participating, as well as our budget, as well as the kids in the other schools that aren't the tech, I do think that we should cap it where it is instead of cutting it all the way down to 40 students a year.
Thank you. Is it Mike? Go ahead.
really know those names.
I just guessed.
Mike Trainer, Precinct 2. I'm actually running in Precinct 5 in the next election, though. I just do want to agree with Tim that I think we should kind of cap it where it's at now. I don't know, if, like, we keep talking about the, yeah, we keep talking about the,
Heidi, you're off mute.
Rodney, you can mute her.
we keep talking about the 2 million that we'd save, but part of the question that came up before, like, for example, there's a brand new vocational, well, there's a vocational school in Wakefield now, they're building a brand new building. Our students will be able to apply for that. And if you look in this book, it's actually more expensive than Essex Tech. And you're talking, I mean, I think we figured like 65 students would go next year. We'd cap it at, I know it doesn't start next year, but we'd cap it at 40. They're probably gonna look to go to other places if that's what they wanna do. The other thing is, if we do vote for this in town meeting and then it goes right to the state legislature, correct?
Right.
And then you're asking them to limit access to public vocational education. Like, what if that doesn't pass? Is there any plan? It just seems like we're counting on this money, and I don't know if that's going to pass.
Right. Steve?
With what you're asking.
It does have to go through the legislature. The language was prepared by the Senate Council.
Okay.
So the attorney working for the Senate determined where this language would need to go in order to be actionable. We also had a meeting in February of 2020 with the Assistant Commissioner of DESE, Elementary and Secondary Education, when this issue first arose, and that individual laid out a couple of different scenarios that the town could consider, starting with asking the school committee to modify its bylaws, and a range that ended with what's before the Finance Committee tonight, which is a home rule petition.
Okay.
So they made typically when home rule petition is filed, how long it takes to make its way through is not always the same, and often there are questions along the way, so there may be questions for the town through its attorney that would have to be answered, but so it wouldn't necessarily be this year even. No.
Right. I just haven't seen a single other town in the state do this, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, there are at least 8 other vocational schools we're aware of that have these types of parameters written into their school committee bylaws, which was our first request of the tech, so this would be unusual.
But no town's done it, correct?
I don't know that.
Okay.
Either way.
All right. Those are my 2 things.
Thank you. Paul?
I might have misunderstood the previous speaker's description, but there's no way we're going to limit anybody who wants to go to Essex Tech as to what course of study they want to take. That's not part of this at all.
Right.
If it is, I'm not.
No, but that does happen once they go there, within the.
Explain that.
People matriculate to Essex Tech, and you can step in clearly if I'm misrepresenting. Students go there. The first year they go through like an exploratory process, and then they state their top 3 preferences, and then and hopefully most kids get the top 1 or 2
Well, they rank
Yeah,
top
they're
7.
top 7. Okay.
Well, I understand that process.
Yeah. So people do.
But
We
I
don't choose.
I'm not gonna vote for anything that says a child cannot go to the school he wants, I don't care where it is, for what type of career he wants. And then he changes his mind, and he wants to go on to college, and then they say, no, you can't, no.
No, we're not.
No, that's, okay. I didn't think there was anything in that type of restriction, period. I'll let it go with that.
Anything new? Yes, ma'am. Deb, right? I'm trying.
I'm looking for your cheat sheet. You're doing all right.
That was impressive. Deb Giswaldo, Precinct 1. Anyone who knows me knows I care a whole lot about public education. I'm a public school educator of 19 years, which unfortunately dates me. I care a lot about career and vocational education. I am a public school educator in Malden, where we do send a chunk of students to Northeast Metro, where they do cap from the sending communities. And they also cap the wait list. Once the wait list reaches 50 students, they no longer accept applications. So it does happen in other vocational schools. It's hard. It is a hard subject to talk about because kids' educations matter. They matter a whole lot. I was someone who wasn't, you know, your typical run-of-the-mill learner. I'm a musician, so I definitely think in a slightly atypical way from your average everyday person. So I understand the need for different types of education. I understand it very deeply. My mom is a retired public school teacher. My brother's a public school teacher. His wife is a public school teacher. Her mother's a public school teacher. We come from a whole family of public school teachers, except for my dad. He doesn't like other people's kids. It's not for everyone. That said, I think it's really important to, as Eric mentioned, it's hard to remove the feeling from this. It's really hard. It's something I have to do every day because I help in the district where I work. I help create the budget, and our budget seems gigantic in comparison to Danvers, but we also have a larger district, so it's basically the same, and it's hard. It's really, really hard. So when I look at this issue, I look at the payment that goes out to Essex North Shore, which is a really great school, and it's a really great opportunity. It is. It's wonderful, and every time I drive by it, I go, my gosh, it's a really great facility. And I look at the payment that goes out, and then I look at the cherry sheets for Chapter 70 aid, because I'm that nerd that looks at that for where I work, where I live, where my brother works, where his wife works. I look at it for everywhere. And I realize that the payment that goes out to Essex North Shore is 51% of the projected Chapter 70 aid for Danvers for fiscal year 23. It's a lot of money. And it doesn't serve 51% of our students in the Danvers public schools. And it's hard. It's a hard decision. And we have over 3,000 students that need to be educated without putting them in danger of making cuts. And so it's a case of having to figure out how we get the most for the most. And so I will personally be supporting this on the floor of town meeting. It's hard because I don't ever want to see anyone's education limited, and that's actually why I'm supporting it.
Thank you. Does anyone else have anything new they'd like to? Amy?
Hi, Amy Butler, town meeting member, Precinct 1. I have a couple of questions. How many students at Danvers High are on IEPs? The percentage?
Keith, do you want to go up there?
18%.
Across the district, 18%, so I'd assume that's the same average at the high school.
Okay, and you might want to stay, sorry. and how many students are on 504s?
Somewhere in the 5 or 6% range.
Okay, so it's similar to the tech. And what programs do you have for kids that aren't specifically going to college? Like anything to engage them, like auto body or wood shop or, you know, something like that?
So we do have a wood shop facility where we're able to offer some of those courses, but it is limited. We don't have an auto body shop. We don't have the physical infrastructure to offer the same type of programming as a technical high school would.
So you only have like woodworking or something if a student needed, you know, wanted some sort of
I was gonna say,
trade type.
and that would be open to all students, right? So those would be electives through our science program, so through our engineering, so different versions of engineering.
And the kids who aren't going to college, what type of course offerings do you have for them?
So we offer a wide variety of course offerings from students that would be fundamentals, depending on what their IQ level is, all the way through AP, college prep, and everywhere along that spectrum. Different leveling depending on what your academic ability is.
Okay. Thank you. That's it. I think the town needs to look and see why almost a quarter of our students want to go to Essex Tech. I think we have an obligation, we have financial obligations, but we also have obligations to our families and the students. And we need to see why the kids are leaving and what we can do better at the high school so they don't want to go. I mean, obviously the tech has really great programs, and we need tradespeople. So it's wonderful that all these kids want to go and get a trade, because there's a shortage of electricians and plumbers and carpenters and anyone who's done that sort of thing. So besides the financial aspect of it, there's that aspect of it and what that brings to a community and how desirable that makes the community for people to come into the community, want to live in the community and stay here and send their kids, which also affects the finances because that's tax revenue. If our schools aren't desirable and they're failing, people and families don't want to stay here. And if our kids want to go to the tech and then we say, oh, no, sorry, we're limiting that, then that's another incentive for families not to want to come here. That could also affect the property values, which would also lower, again, the tax revenue. To me, it just seems like a vicious circle, and we kind of need to look at why this is happening and what can we do. How can we help these kids? You know, how can we help these kids and these families? And my other issue is, with the saving of the $2 million, we all know that there's no guarantee that the school committee will use that money for the schools or the students in the schools. That could go back to pay an administrator's salary or something like that. There's just no guarantee, and we don't have any say in that. I would love to see any savings be used for the kids, because I feel that we really have to think about the children and their future. And to quote my favorite assistant superintendent, Mrs. Ambrosevich, it's all about the kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick?
Sorry. Rick Betancourt, Precinct 5. So I don't even have a dog in the fight in this one. My daughter's a junior at Essex North Shore Tech right now. She's going to be graduating. We have one child. So my question really comes down to, we have a Danvers public school system that's doing what they can. We've seen enrollment drop 15% on the students, down to 804, I think most in the high school, right? Correct. We've seen, but the budget has gone from 34.4 million in 2018 to 46.5 million, I believe, in most recent fiscal year budget. So that's an increase of about 15%. So we have a decreasing enrollment in students. We've added 10 teachers, and yet our students don't want to go here right now. So what it looks to me as if we're trying to find, let's just stop the actual allocation of students to Essex North Shore Tech to grab money to try to fix a problem that we have inside here internally and try to make that better. We've already heard from capacity from Essex North Shore Tech that they're pretty much at it. And I don't think we're going to be in the next 6 to 7 years seeing enrollment balloon and blow up as it's been made out here. So I understand money as well. I ran a mortgage company for many years, and I understand the fiscal part, and perhaps you push this down the road for a year or 2 years to see what happens. When this finance committee approved and appropriated the funds to create the high school, there was a lot of talk back then about, oh, we're going to need a 2.5 override to get it done, we're going to need this, we're going to need that. But the committee worked together with the Board of Selectmen at the time and town meeting, and they found a way to do that without it. You were able to go to your pens and papers and your pencils and your calculators and find a way to fund it without having hit for a 2.5 prop override. So I'm suggesting you go to your pencils, your papers, and your calculators, and you find a way to fix it right now. And then if you're not able to, within enough 24 months, 12 to 24 months, then you look at a cap. And I would agree with what Tim Donahue said. You look at a cap at maybe right now instead of dropping it drastically like that. We just came out of a pandemic. The mental, physical, emotional aspects of our children right now, this is not going to help them. It's not going to do what you think it's going to do. I understand the money piece, and I appreciate the trash bags, Mike, and I understand that those things are coming. But the fact is, no, you're right. Mike's right. It is what it is. It's a cost that's coming. We have to look at it, but we have to work together to find a way. And to what Dan said earlier, to take away the educational opportunity of a student when you have that school right there, when a lot of children coming out of this pandemic are going to benefit from that type of education. And just for the record, the academic prowess of the students at Essex North Shore Tech are equal to that of Danvers High School, but are only doing academic studies every 5 days. They're only doing it every 5 days. So that means there's a means and a methodology that they're teaching that is better than what we're seeing right now. So, and it's something, that's part of the reason why these students want to take advantage of that, is the way that they teach. I've seen it with my daughter up there, and the way that they learn. So to minimize that or take it away now, I think is a poor idea, poor decision. And I'm not running for town meeting anymore, and my daughter's out of here in about 18 months, but I feel strongly about the school. I believe you all can find a way to make it work and to fund it and not reduce the educational opportunity of students in Danvers that are going to benefit dramatically from attending that school. So I urge you to please reconsider, and for any town meeting member that is listening right now, you vote no on this warrant, and you make sure that or at least you revise the warrant and you cap it at what it's at right now. That was something that I would recommend to other town meeting members that you actually support. But to drop it that much, I think it's a bad idea. I don't think it's something that you want to do, and I think you will have adverse impacts that you will not be able to calculate. And to someone else's point earlier, they're going to go to a trade school anyways. We're going to pay for it. One way or the other, we're going to pay for it. So if it's a cheaper bet to send them here than to send them to Washington or wherever it's going to be, I'd rather pay, I don't know about you, I'd rather pay $16,500 than $18,900 per student. I don't know, that's just the way I look at it. So, I mean, reconsider. Seriously reconsider.
If I did you have something?
So with just a couple quick things. With respect to the other vocational schools, I acknowledge that might be a possibility. But at the same time, I'm looking at the correlation of attendance at Essex Tech to the proximity of the towns. Like, I can't possibly believe that Beverly has less than or about 40% of the number of kids that are best served by vocational education as we do. And I'd say the same for Gloucester. And yes, it's a risk that if somebody is that passionate about getting a vocational education, and I don't even want to say the word risk, if a kid is that passionate about getting a vocational education that they're willing to ride a bus to Wakefield or somewhere else, then we'll take that risk. But I'm pretty sure it's not going to be a one-for-one substitution from where we are now. With respect to the cap, and I think we'll have to leave it that I have a completely different interpretation of the growth plans and the narrative that they've laid out for us. And I don't think it's a safe bet that member district enrollment will be in the neighborhood of 1,400 for the next few years. And to be honest, we've been trying to, you use the words drastic cut to enrollment. I appreciate that a drop from 160 to 230 is drastic, but at the same time in 2018 we had 150 students there. So over the last 4 years, that's what I would call a drastic increase. And we've been trying to address the issue for the majority of those 4 years. So putting it off for another 2 years where people are married to a new number as the new normal, I don't foresee as being a productive exercise for the town.
Can I just quickly as well, in terms of the budgetary portion of it, this concept that somehow wonderful, beautiful minds got together and saved us money on the high school project is absolute ridiculousness. We're spending over $20 million more because of the way we financed it. All we did with that is we level funded and we level paid the process as opposed to the traditional downward debt, which is the way that we would normally do these things. So in some respects, our problems that we have from a financial standpoint are part and parcel of the way our debt is now structured in respect to the fact that we have very little room to be able to do anything else with that. We're going to continue to have the same debt payments as opposed to the traditional decreasing debt payments that we would normally get. And I think it's really important to understand something, that because of the way, and I know people here where the whole idea that we haven't had a Prop 2.5 override and that somehow is a wonderful thing. It has resulted, if you look at the process since we began the high school, middle school development, and you get to now, we have spent about $60 million more than we had to. $60 million. So everybody who sits there and tells you how much money they saved you as taxpayers is gonna not tell you that because of the way we did it, the way we structured the debt, the way we had our debt in our credit scores, the way that we did all this stuff cost us millions of dollars in terms of that. And it's part of the reason that we're having this discussion tonight. So, yeah, like I say, it's always sort of funny, that when it comes to fiscal conservatism in this town, people have two sides of the coat. And there's a lot of people who love to show off their fiscally conservative coat, and yet they've cost us $40 to $60 million over the last 25 years.
One quick thing, Rick, you were nice enough to email me back this morning, and you asked about the 10 staff, the increase in staff, and I did follow up on that. So since 2018, and in 2018, we hired a kindergarten aide and a kindergarten teacher. In 2019, we added no staff. In 2020, we added a first grade teacher, half of a pre-K headcount, half of a pre-K aide, half of a speech headcount. 2021, we hired a second grade teacher. 2022, we hired a third grade teacher. For 2023, I think we have a partial headcount to ESL, 2 team chairs, and 2 teachers' aides. In the context of everything that's gone on in the pandemic, and the fact that we're building a brand new elementary school that's got 6 empty classrooms that we want to staff up, I think, in my opinion, that staffing allocation is wholly justified. So,
I'm not questioning
yeah.
the justification of the staffing intent. I'm simply saying you've had a 15%, you've had a 15% reduction in enrollment of students, and you're adding 10 additional students. Teachers, I'm not saying it's not warranted. I didn't, so you're, and again, part of your argument, Ted, was a lot of what you're saying is based on hypothetics, okay? Because you're using sort of empirical data to say, well, I foresee it going this way. Well, I disagree with that. We can't go on hypothetical assessments when you're talking about this particular situation with the school and being what it is. I'm not saying it was a bad idea to hire 10 people. That's fine. You hired 10 people coming out of the pandemic. I get it. That's fine. But 941 in 2018 of students, and you're down 804 now. And our budget's gone up $12.4 million, I believe it is, to 46. But yet students have gone down. So I'm simply looking at the budget, and I've given, and Steve and I have disagreed on many things, but I've said from the very beginning when he came over, he did a great job of reorganizing the budget that the town meeting members got, so we could look at it and itemize and look at all the different line items and sort of get an assessment on that P&L and how it's looking. So I'm just looking at the data, and I'm simply saying it's odd that you see a $12 million increase, a decrease in overall students. You add 10 teachers, that's fine. And yet here we are, we're trying to.
So so you guys do deserve an explanation, and some folks, the question of making the district feel the pain. So it is a logical question to ask when somebody leaves. Okay, we're sending $16,200 and $700 and whatever dollars to Essex Tech. There should be a corresponding offset, right? And then immediately the dialogue changes to per student spending in the district. But per student isn't how it works. We spend $7 million on out-of-district special education placements. Those numbers don't change by a penny when a child decides to go to Danvers High School or Essex Tech. That's over $2,000 of our per student spending. We spend $5 million on building debt. We spend $5 million on operations and maintenance. Together, that's another $3,000 of our per student spending. That does not go away when somebody leaves the district. We spend $645 on principals and instructional leaders at the school level. I'm sorry, yeah, at the school level. We spend another $286 at the district level. All those numbers, when you add them up, it becomes a very large difference, and we are only able to save 55 cents per student when they leave the district. It's just like, we just can't tear up a building, and we can't tear up the debt. We make long-term plans, and all we're asking here is to be able to make long-term plans within our district and be able to make long-term reasonable plans about our commitment to Essex Tech and meet all those obligations and not have to, like, my problem is a year from now, we're going to be sitting here and the same people are going to be here saying, look at the per student spending. And everybody's going to forget how good they felt tonight and how they all wanted to do it for the kids. Nobody will be willing to step up and say, you know what, you're damn right the per student spending has gone up because 200 kids, we've lost 200 kids in the district and our fixed costs haven't gone down. It's intellectually disingenuous, and I don't trust us to do the right thing down the road. We need to force ourselves to reprioritize and be able to plan.
Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One, I will say that I've enjoyed the process for the most part. It has been certainly informative, and I think we've kept ourselves to a really civil discourse. I do want to point out a couple of points that have been made was, let's take a look at it and see how things go. And so I will reference back to page 28 to the town manager's letter of February 14, 2020, which says, in like the 10th paragraph, as the school rapidly approaches its 1,600 student cap in 2020. So we're in 2022, we've passed 1,600, we're up to 1,700. So I think it's a fair point. Let's take a look and see. So 2 years ago, when those that are charged with paying attention and putting their heads together and coming up with a plan have done that, right? 2 years ago, let's come up with a plan, let's put something together. The documentation is there. The previous target was here. We've passed that. A little bit beyond that, we've passed that. That's fine. I think it's appropriate for a school to grow, but let's agree that the number was 1,600. The goal line continues to move. Our challenge is that we have no ability to limit our expenditure regardless of what the school's strategic plan is. They have every right to do that. We have to be mindful of our strategic plan. And 2 years ago and before, those that pay attention to these things said, hey, we see there's a problem. We should do something about it. It's coming up to 1,600. They'll hit the cap. They won't go on any further. But, hey, 1,600 came. Where is it? It's back there. Now we're going to 1,700. And maybe it has been demonstrated that even though there are physical limitations, a savvy team of business people will try and find other places to grow, and they are doing that, and that's all fine and well. 2 years ago, this was brought up in writing. The numbers continue to rise, and I think we who are charged with bringing something to the body's attention are doing that. If you don't like what we're saying, I think that's fair, but I want to make sure that we acknowledge we are doing what we are charged to do. This is not the emotional meeting, right? Not the emotional committee. It's the finance committee. Looking at the numbers, giving a reasonable, difficult solution to a difficult problem, and the community will do what it wants to do, you know, with those that participate in the process. That's kind of where we are. I would like to point out that as much as I've heard about folks who struggle through the pandemic, if you're saying that, you got to think about the 3,000, not the 100, right? The majority of the children that are going to be in a school system, if that is your premise, make sure they have what they need, and that is ultimately what we are trying to do. Very good points have been made. I really appreciate folks, you know, with the great process and good discourse.
I'm not one for limiting debate, but it is nearly 10 o'clock, and I think a lot of voices have been heard, but we need to land this plane. You all have an opportunity, and the moderator will kill me for this, I'm sure. You'll all have an opportunity to speak at town meeting as well. If anyone has
Until somebody moves the question.
Yeah. If anyone has anything that they think might influence our decision tonight that hasn't been shared yet and might be helpful, I would invite you to come forward. If you haven't, but if it's something repetitive, I'm going to knock you out of the way. And if you've already gotten up and spoke, I would ask that you don't raise your hand. Yes, I believe your name is Katie. Yeah. I got it right. All right. Wow. So Eric's keeping track.
You're batting 100.
Sorry, I hadn't planned to talk, so I just winging it. But sorry, Katie Hislop, town meeting member, precinct 7. I've had a change of heart. I've had several changes of heart already, and probably will have some more prior to town meeting. But one thing that I'm uncomfortable with is the money that would go back into the district if there's a cap. You know, I know somebody mentioned what assurances are there that this will go to actually address any problems? And is it something that Danvers can even fix? So, You know, I think of many kids are going to technical and vocational schools because traditional public schools haven't evolved to meet our modern workforce, you know, like the traditional professions that, you know, typically would be, you know, high earners. It's kind of flipped on its head where, you know, entrepreneurs are coming out and doing like tech stuff and making tons of money. And so kids don't want to go the traditional route to college anymore. And so I think that a vocational school is very desirable for even kids that aren't your typical, you know, like when I was growing up, the typical kids that went to vocational schools. So I'm uncomfortable with the idea that, you know, I think somebody mentioned lipstick on a, well, they didn't say pig, but this seems like a Band-Aid because I don't know how Danvers can address it. But on the flip side, what's the alternative? And, you know, I know Rick mentioned he doesn't really have a dog in the fight anymore, but everybody does, because this is not just affecting our kids and, you know, me as a parent, my choice to where my kid should apply, but it's going to affect everybody in the town because one way or another, you are going to pay for it. Every single person here is going to pay for it, either through, you know, a tax assessment or some other assessment, some other way for the town to generate revenue and raise funds. So whether you have kids in school or not, you have a dog in this fight, you're going to end up paying for it. So I think ultimately I come down on the side of the cap, but those are two things that I don't think that people really talked about tonight, is how we are all going to feel the pain if we don't do something right now. But on the flip side of that, if you do something now, nobody's really said anything concrete about how we are actually going to address this problem and who's going to be responsible for it. Because I'll be honest, I know we're going to have a change of leadership at the school department, and you know the school committee has changed faces, but I don't have a ton of faith that that we can pull this off. But we'll see. So I hope I added something new and I didn't.
I would, you know, I can't answer that question, and I've been flipped and flopped so many times during your conversation. I'm a little dizzy, but I think both the chairman of the finance committee and the chairman of the school committee are here, and they are both groups are meeting prior to the town meeting. It would be nice, and I'm going to suggest very politely that they'd be foolish if they didn't come out publicly and say, we will do everything in our power to commit that those funds go into the schools and to the kids. And I would seriously hope that that you're hearing me, and that's something that you would consider doing. At this moment, that's the only thing we can do. But you know, I certainly hear you, Katie, and I think we all hear you, and it's something that we feel very seriously about as well. So, is there anyone else with something new?
Bring it
yes.
Permission to speak?
Just one second. I've already recognized someone else. If you could go to the microphone, please, Linda.
Linda Flaherty, Precinct 6. I think I'm still Precinct 6, yes. I have a question. I don't know who would be the right person to answer that. Do other towns that go to the tech, do they have caps? Are they proposing caps? Do we know of any caps of our
I think that's
fellow
already
communities?
been asked, and the answer
Do
is
we?
no.
Yeah, there are at least 8. We spent an afternoon back in 2020 looking for examples, and actually have it in front of me. So Greater Lawrence, Diamond, which is in Fall River, Northeast Metro,
It's right
Shawshene Valley, Bay Path, Pathfinder, Old Colony, South Shore, all have district-wide guidelines that we're discussing tonight. That was our ask of the school committee in 2020, which was that they start a discussion about that, recognizing that every town and city is going to have a slightly different view on that.
Mhm.
They wouldn't take that up as a conversation.
So we
we were
would be
told
on the
that-
leading edge of this.
We
We
I'm
would
not
be one
aware-
of the front runners.
So we had asked
to do
last
something like
fall that the
this.
school committee, as they suggested was an option to us in February of 2020, we went before them last fall and asked them to consider this, and they rejected that request, so, which is why it's now before town meeting. But I'm not aware of any other committees that have done this.
Okay, that's good to know. I have a question. Last year, how many students graduated from Holton Richmond Middle School?
Go ahead, Keith.
I can give you ballpark, probably approximately 250.
250?
I think it was closer to 270.
Pardon?
It's 249 this year, and last year it was right around 270, give or take 5.
I'm wondering last year, 270. We had 270 eighth graders come out of Holton Richmond Middle School. How many were accepted at the Tech?
I think it was right around 70 last year. Do you agree, Shannon?
My understanding is the numbers are the same. Shannon might be able, but roughly the same.
How many? About
70.
70.
I believe it was right around 70 accepted and 60 or 61 matriculated.
We're looking to cap it at 40, right, coming in?
Correct.
In any given year?
Yep.
Okay. This is probably a question for you. How many applied to the Tech from Danvers? If 70 got accepted, how many actually applied last year of the 270 that came out of that school? You don't know? I'd love to know.
It's between, I'd bet you lunch it's between 130 and 140.
50%?
I wouldn't argue with that. Yeah.
That's what I heard too. Okay. I mean, clearly, most of us do agree that there has to be some evaluation of why that is, because we need to have our students choosing to go to Danvers High instead of choosing elsewhere and using Danvers High as a default. But the problem is, there's a couple of questions that I have. One is that infamous $2 million. Is the savings based on doing this cap, the $2 million, what we need to balance our budget? We really are taking it as a savings? Because if you're saying the money we save by doing this, we can just put over here into the high school, tells me that we're not quite at that emergency situation where it's we don't have it. What we're saying is we need it to go somewhere else. So I'm not buying the we absolutely need this $2 million and we absolutely need it now. And I think the reason you need to find out why people are going to the Tech is because, and I think the last speaker put her finger right on it, we're not providing them what they and their families are looking for now. And I don't think that $2 million can buy all of the reasons that they're going over there. I mean, some of the reasons are maybe their parents want them, and maybe they want to go to a school where, quite frankly, they've proven academic excellence at a time where they can also provide them skills. The last person that I remember arguing about life skills and things like that was back when we killed home ec and shop. Why did we do it? Because it was too expensive. We're complaining about how much it costs to send some of our kids to the Tech that get those skills. We can't provide them, and quite frankly, we can't afford to do it either, nor would we want to. We don't want to have two schools in the same community that do the same thing. So that's one thing. The other thing is they're learning hard skills there. I went through the curriculum for both of them on the website, and I was fascinated, actually, by the 25 different curriculum areas in the CTE area, because not only did it give you a description of what it was you were going to learn, it also gave you an itemized listing of all of the career fields that you could potentially go into with that kind of education there. They all then went on to, so they talked about career paths. They also talked about certifications that student would get coming out of there, depending upon which course of study it was. Could have been OSHA certifications. It was a whole number of them. The other thing it did was provided the industry partnerships that helped to make that program successful. Those were the types of things that you learned about when you looked at all of their curriculum, hard skills. All right? When you look at the Danvers High website, you have your various Englishes, your various maths and sciences, but you have a lot of soft skill types of things. That's where the sensitivity training comes in, the diversity stuff, all that kind of good stuff. I think one English class is how we pick our heroes or something like that. There's more meat here that the parents are looking for their kids, probably because they know they can't do it the way our parents and grandparents used to teach us the kinds of stuff that you learn at the tech. So there's different things. There's a different culture for sure. Is your $2 million going to fix your culture? I don't know. I don't know, but it's just mind-boggling to me. The last thing I'm a little confused about is why, because I want you to know that of all the sitting town meeting members, I won't count the retired ones, I probably sat through more Essex Tech presentations, and I do remember them getting yelled at a few times because they didn't have enough handouts. That at least has changed, thank you. But I've probably sat through more finance committee meetings than any sitting town meeting member going right now. And this argument has been going on for way too long. And I have agreed that, you know what, costs have to be managed. I put my conservative mouth where it should be. But I also am conservative to the point where I really believe that parents and students should be self-directing, have a right to choose between two public schools, and we have a right to make sure that we are not hurting financially. But if you're telling me you can move $2 million around, this isn't the time that I think is a good idea to start having this conversation. I also question the timing of doing this, making this an emergency in a year where every single town meeting member is up for grabs. Every single seat is up for re-election. There are town meeting members who don't even know they're town meeting members yet, who would be voting on this, who aren't here, weren't invited, and I do, speaking of invitations, have a question of, who is Heidi? Is she in the room?
Heidi is the superintendent.
Heidi Riccio, did you send a letter to town meeting members today?
The ones that were available on the website at this time, but obviously knowing that there is an election, we would not have that updated information as of yet.
Okay, I didn't get it from you. I got it through another source, so I was just wondering if that you.
I apologize. There are only, I believe, 44 members that had email communication that was posted on the Danvers website at that time. So the list had names but incomplete email information. So I apologize for that.
Okay. Okay. I just feel that the timing is a little awkward when we know that there will be a number of new town meeting members who will not have had the benefit of a lot of the background in research and attendance at things like this that they should have on something that I consider to be utmost importance. Anybody who knows me knows there's two things close to my heart. One is education and kids, and the other is the veterans. That's it. That's where the rubber hits the road with me. So I do not support this article as it's written. I do believe there's room for compromise. I don't think going from where we are now to 40 is your answer. I don't think your sundown mechanism is your answer either. I'm inclined to go with the idea of capping it somewhere to where we are, even though I don't like that word cap at all. At all. At all.
Thank you.
But in the interests of financial stability and trying to bring some semblance of sanity to the rising costs and all of that, I would go for at least a temporary one that is not going to significantly impact our kids. And in the meantime, whatever you do with that $2 million, I don't think it can fix what's broken. And I don't think it can give them what they need.
Thank you. Eric.
I know you are anxious to vote, and so I'm going to try not to go on too long. Among the things said tonight is that we need to find out why so many 8th grade students are applying to go to the tech. I think that's a legitimate question. And I think we've already started those explorations with guidance counselors, but a survey of the parents is something definitely that we should do. There are any number of reasons. I think we all, and they've been mentioned tonight about people starting to think maybe college isn't the only path or maybe even the best path to having a successful financial life. So people say, maybe a trade school. And yes, there are issues about the culture at Danvers High School to some extent, largely growing out of the one big event. But we also know there are issues before the pandemic and certainly since in terms of bullying and whatnot. And so the answer is, for me, if we had an additional $2 million, I see that money going directly into student services in terms of students who need mental health services. I mean, it helps us to get the 2 team leaders and to free up some psychologist time. But there are more things that we can do, more resources we can call on, maybe even more programs we can start. The last thing I will say is this. The question isn't necessarily about how many students get into the tech. The question to some extent is what the students who really, people say, well, my student really could use the tech. There's no guarantee that a particular student who might be right for the tech is actually one of the students that gets in. People say, well, a lot of, I think Rick and others maybe say, well, people want to go to a trade school. The fact is, the tech doesn't consider itself a trade school anymore. They're simply not just a trade school. There are things they provide that Danvers High can't provide. Yes, we're not going to have an auto body shop unless you want to give us lots of money to build an auto body shop and other kinds of direct vocational stuff. But no. But there are things we do just as well in terms of the academics and sciences and math and engineering. And the question is, when you have a self-selecting group of students who are picked to go to the tech, that doesn't mean that the student who really needs to and really wants to go into one of the trades gets in if he's not a pretty decent academic student at the middle school. So it's not as simple as, my child wants to be a plumber, therefore he should go to the tech and we'll get in. It doesn't work that way. Anyway, I'm done. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Could we move the article, please?
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any debate?
Did the superintendent want to say something? Did she ask before? Is that something worth doing or do?
I did.
Heidi, if you want to keep it brief, I'll allow just a couple of minutes. I think we've...
Yeah, I don't even know that I need that. Thank you very much. So just 3 points I would like to make just based on some of the feedback is that there is no school in the state of Massachusetts, vocational school, that does have a cap. Those school districts, regional vocational school districts that have guidance or guidelines that are built into their regional agreement refers to a minimum number of students. That minimum number, if not met based on application process, can then get moved to a sending community that has a greater need for seats. So that was one point that I did want to make. That was a little bit questionable as far as the question.
Thank you.
The other second part is that certainly myself as the superintendent is willing to meet with any town meeting members or any member of the Danvers community on an individual basis. I am certainly available by phone as well as in my office. Fortunate for Danvers residents, we are located in Hawthorne, which is a quick commute probably from your office space or classroom. We do just want to reiterate the fact that we are in the education of business, or in the business of education, and we do believe that all students have a right to vocational education. And so while people may see that there is a traditional fit for vocational students, we believe that all students can benefit from vocational education. Again, willing to meet with any member of the community that would so desire to review our budget more in depth and ask any questions that may need related to our admissions policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi.
Sarah,
Yes.
just as a quick point of clarification, the superintendent is correct that the schools that I referenced set minimums, and if you look on page 29, that is what was proposed in 2020.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion by the committee? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes 6-1. Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute
No,
recess.
no.
Oh.
That was just to move the question.
No, we had a motion and a second on the article.
To move the question first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's fine, all right.
I misunderstood the.
Yeah, you
but
had to move the question first.
Okay, well, we don't really do that, but we can do it this time. All those in favor of Article 5, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, 5-2, the article passes to go to town meeting. Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute recess and be back. Thank you all. going to move right to Article 39. Is that correct, Steve?
That is correct.
Move the article.
And we're joined by David Fields, our Director of Planning and Economic Development.
David, it's good to have you here. Welcome.
Took me a moment to find him because he had a beard when we met at 10 o'clock this morning.
It happens. Well, thank you everyone for having me this evening and entertaining me. It's much past my bedtime, but I'll hope to be concise and informative.
But we'll try to keep you up.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize Mr. Lou George here from the Planning Board. Feel free to add anything in case you... but for the most part, I'll keep it as tight as I can. The updates proposed for Section 30 are for adaptive reuse of historic buildings. This would essentially add another tool to the toolbox for preservationists looking to save old historic buildings in the community. It does that by allowing those applicants for redevelopment of those properties to propose a different use than is otherwise allowed for that property, or ask for relief from density regulations in Table 2 and Table 3 of the zoning bylaw. Currently, the only tool in the toolbox that we have here in Danvers is demolition delay, and as you may know, that only comes into play when somebody already applies for a demo permit, so it's very reactionary. We hope this bylaw is more proactive in attempting to save historic structures. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. I can go over some of the changes that you see in front of you now based on planning board feedback. The original bylaw was proposed to follow the Danvers General Bylaw demolition delay section to allow for historic buildings or landmarks to be saved as defined in that bylaw. The planning board did not feel comfortable, at least I don't think, I'm hoping I'm qualifying their comments correctly. Didn't think that the rolling date of 100 years currently in the demolition delay bylaw was adequate for this proposal, so we proposed to move the date back to July 1st, 1915, so any structure built prior to that year could apply to use this bylaw, this discretionary permit through the Zoning Board of Appeals. The second part of that is before the zoning board makes any decisions, they would seek input and guidance from the town archivist. As many of you may know, Richard Trask is very involved here in town, and he generally sends to the Preservation Commission recommendations on each and every property that goes before demo delay. We'd be looking for him to do that for this bylaw as well. That's pretty much it, but I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you. Sally?
Thank you, Sarah. We have a sheet of paper that has been given to us tonight that seems to modify what's in our books by removing reference to landmarks.
That's correct, yeah.
So is what you are asking of us tonight is to vote on 30.4, the language that's in here, but without reference to landmarks? I'm just trying to cross-reference what.
Yep. I think I can try to clarify that. The reason for the removal of landmarks was landmarks is only defined in the general bylaw. If we are no longer referencing the general bylaw in making the date 1915, landmarks is undefined. So it would be a floating term that has no definition in zoning. So we are proposing to remove that from this section. It would still allow all historic buildings to apply and go forward, but.
Okay. So what you're asking us to vote on is what's in Article 39 as amended by this handout we got tonight.
As amended, yeah, with the draft. Yep.
Thank you.
Sure.
Eric?
Thank you.
Bless you.
Bless you. So hopefully I'm not bringing up a sore topic, but how would this amendment have helped with the rail station situation that we just went through?
I can, well, there's all kinds of speculation and theories on how it could have helped, I suppose, but somebody, if they wanted to, could have applied to save a structure like that in that instance. That current property owner, I don't think was interested in that. However, they could have used this bylaw to renovate, adapt, and reuse that train station. There's a similar property up for discussion right now. As you probably know, a first period home at 42 Summer Street. that this bylaw would also apply to the property owner going forward with that proposal could, in theory, apply to the Zoning Board of Appeals to reuse that structure for staff offices or something like that going forward.
The property owner would have to opt to go in this direction.
That's correct. So two things. Yeah, the property owner has to willingly want to do it, so they'd have to apply. The second part of that is it's a special permit to the Zoning Board of Appeals, so it's completely discretionary on their part whether it gets adopted or not. So the universe of properties in town starts at 1915, but it's completely on the will of the applicant to want to save the property and reuse it, and then also whether the Zoning Board of Appeals agrees with that plan to reuse it.
Certainly. Another tool in the toolbox, basically, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mike?
I have no questions.
Paul?
You mentioned the property on Summer Street.
I did.
He lives on Summer Street.
Okay.
Is that property, I know the property, but is that property, that's owned by the hospital there?
Nursing home.
Nursing home.
I believe it has changed hands. I did not look up the deed the transaction, but I believe it has.
If you're not familiar with it, the corner of the building is right abuts the sidewalk area.
Yes.
In fact, you almost have to turn sideways to get around the building if you're on the sidewalk. My only concern with this is there anything that allows someone to purchase or a historical building and let's say outside the zoning area, which I would a business type situation, and then find a way to get something else in there that is totally inappropriate to the neighborhood or the residential area?
Sure. So a couple things there. The property owner the applicant would still need to meet the parking requirements of the zoning bylaw and any other requirements they need to meet. So if there was wetlands on the property, they need to go before the Conservation Commission. If they were demolishing any part of that, they'd need to go to the Preservation Commission as well. So it doesn't supersede or override any other boards or commissions' roles. Also doesn't override that bylaw itself. So in theory, it would be decided at the zoning board whether or not that property fit in with the character of the neighborhood. It's actually one of the criteria for the special permit. So there's a whole range of other things that the applicant would need to meet. For example, if they wanted to put a business on a busier street where there's a single-family house now, they'd need to prove their case and then essentially meet all the other parameters or seek other relief.
That particular property, just using as an example, all right? Let's for the moment say that the nursing home does not own it. It's up for sale, regardless. Okay. Could someone go in there and renovate it? In other words, keep it the way the Historical Society wants it, per se, but yet law offices, put in law offices, maybe a dental office, things like that. Is that possible? Now
That's correct. Yeah,
I think that allows that in that particular area of zoning because of the nursing home is there.
That's an R2, a residential 2 zone. It more or less just allows single-family homes. The nursing home is pre-existing non-conforming, I think.
So that couldn't happen with that property then?
Not currently, no. This bylaw would hope to address some of that. If that building wanted to go to a dentist's office or an attorney's office or something like that. Currently, the only way they could do that now is through home occupation. So the person would need to live there who's going to be the dentist or the attorney.
Okay. And this would not change, correct, this particular?
Doesn't change any zones in town per se to allow any other uses. It just individual properties would be eligible to apply. Again, if they wanted to apply and if the zoning board saw fit to grant the permit.
Mike?
So this has two of my big problems. One is the idea that properties somehow between 1880 and 1915 are historically significant in this town. I mean, that was probably one of the biggest growth periods that we had. And the houses, although really nice and sort of cool, they're certainly older. They're over 100 years old. There's lots of them, and they, I'm glad. Obviously, if this was a proposal in which we were limiting the ability to people to do stuff, in those houses that were older than 1915, I absolutely wouldn't vote for it. I'm also not a big fan of, in essence, doing away with use controls and giving the zoning board, in essence, carte blanche to be able to put into these buildings in the name of preservation uses that are not necessarily. Now, I understand I know how the process works. I know the safeguards that are supposed to be there with it, but inevitably, we end up with a situation, as Paul was sort of describing, in which we've got an old barn on a piece of property that predates 1915, and somebody in that particular spot says, hey, you know what, I got plenty of room, I'm in residence 3, I want to put my, you know, 3-office, 4-office building in this location. It's not necessarily appropriate for any number of reasons in that residential district, but in order to save the 1910 barn, we're going to do it. And so, you know, again, I appreciate the thought process, but on those two fronts, I'm not sure that this is something that I could vote for.
Ted?
I think all my questions have been answered.
David, you might have answered this at the beginning, but I was a little distracted. What was the rationale for moving from the 100 years to the 1915?
So the 100 years is a rolling date in the general bylaw, so as it goes, more properties would be eligible.
Yep.
Going back to 1915 is what was in the demo delay bylaw before.
Okay.
It's the date that was already in there prior to the rolling date proposal.
Okay,
So.
thank you. Any questions from the audience? Matt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matthew Duggan. I haven't had an opportunity to see the draft since this was discussed by the select board, but I think I understand the nuances that the planning board suggested since their last meeting, and they're going to be discussing this again tomorrow night. Mr. Fields has told me that the planning board sort of actually owns this article. And so that's kind of the driving force. So when the select board discussed this, it's been maybe almost a month now, we kind of struggled with a concrete example that we could kind of get our arms around to try to understand what the benefit of this article would provide us. And so I think this 42 Summer Street is right on target. Appeared before the Preservation Commission. It's a first period home. It's definitely worthy of preservation, historically significant. I believe the owner of this 42 Summer is also related to the owner of the 44 Summer next door, the nursing home. And 42 Summer Street is also, the owner was represented at the Preservation Commission by Attorney Nancy McCann. And so I have a question about what role she had in formulating the language that's in this article. I think that she did have some role, and just through you, Mr. Chairman, if someone can describe what part she played in this, I'm trying to understand why she would be so interested in this, having this pass.
Okay, Mr. Fields?
Sure, I can attempt to answer that. The draft was sent to Attorney McCann. She asked for it as a public document. We never heard anything back from her. She hasn't sent us any language to update it in any way, as far as I know. So,
thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. Thank you for that information. I was just concerned that somehow we had a warrant article before us that was more kind of developer-centric, and not necessarily something that would benefit the residents or the town as a whole. So that was really the point I was trying to make. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I ask, Mr. Chair, just maybe, have you guys had your final vote on this and how you are with it as the board?
Yeah, Lou George, I'm a member of the Planning Board, town meeting member, Precinct 1, also member of the Preservation Commission. In the answer to your question, we have not had our formal vote as of yet. So we had We had a public hearing 2 weeks ago tomorrow, and we had discussions about this. This was the topic of the entire meeting. And so that's where we had some feedback, and then based upon the feedback at the meeting, then this revised draft came about. So, but we have not had the formal vote as yet.
I guess if we don't typically get items
That's
until
very bizarre.
everybody else
Yeah.
looks at it.
Has the select board seen the revised edition and voted on it?
No, the select board voted on the language that is in the warrant explanation.
Just this here.
So you would be asking us to make the change from the warrant explanation?
So the red line version that was distributed this evening incorporates the changes that Mr. George is describing.
You know, that's something, I can only speak for myself. I'm not crazy about voting on something that hasn't been, that's really a planning article that hasn't been voted on by the planning board. I don't know how the rest of you
I
feel
mean,
about that.
again, as an example, I have reservations about this, Luke, but if your board 5-0, or, you know, was to vote in favor of it, and I understand you might have an idea of what your vote's gonna be,
Right.
but I would be much more likely to support it under those circumstances. I just have never, I don't think we've ever had an article come before us that hadn't gone through the other boards first.
So,
Well, I can't speak on behalf of the board itself, because the board hasn't had its vote, but it's my understanding, though, is it true, though, that that finance committee, you're empowered to vote on this, measure? I mean, this is ultimately your recommendation to the town meeting.
yeah, it is, but it's never happened without, you know, for example, you know, the language comes from the select board.
Sure.
And it is always vetted through the planning board, so it's just a little, I'm a little uneasy personally about supporting something that hasn't gone through those traditional channels.
Yeah, I would say this, let's just for the sake of argument, say that you have a 2-3 vote against it. And
Yep.
we've voted in favor of it.
Right.
Now, we've been put in a position arguably to,
Support a warrant article that is not supported by the planning board, so. Yeah. So.
I understand.
So I'll say two things. The process we're embarking on is not inconsistent with the law. It may be inconsistent with past practice. We also have the opportunity we haven't had a special town meeting prior to town meeting in a couple of years, but we could also plan to schedule a special meeting of the finance committee at 7 o'clock on the night of town meeting in the event that there are any changes. There could be a vote tonight to approve it as written, and then that could be revisited at town meeting presuming the board is comfortable with the language before them tonight. It would be a subject to vote that could be amended as needed at town meeting.
Or could we vote?
Or no action.
Could we vote no action and then at the special town meeting reconsider it once the planning board and the select board have approved it?
I think that would be appropriate.
I'm getting nods from the content area experts in the back of the room.
I mean, I just wonder if, I mean, I don't know if we necessarily want to vote no action. Would it
Right,
be
we
reasonable
also-
to simply table this, expect to have a meeting before? We do it all the time. We probably will have to have one for some of the financial stuff that always gets sort of pinged around right before.
Yeah.
And this will just be something that we deal with afterwards. I mean, I'm sure you're going to vote in favor of it. I'm pretty positive of that, but there is a process that I think we should try to
I
follow.
agree.
To the extent it can get before town meeting, I mean, I think that would, you know, this is, as was mentioned, I think this is a powerful tool for the toolbox.
I don't disagree with that. Just want to do it the right way.
Understood.
Yeah.
So what's the,
So what's the way to do it? To just not do anything at all
I
tonight?
think we table it until the finance committee meeting that's scheduled for 7 o'clock on
what's that?
May 16th.
So now you have to go to town meeting.
Yeah.
This isn't your last meeting. All the grandiose effort, and you have to do that all again at 7 o'clock.
And we can update the planning board tomorrow night as well, as the proposal.
Mr. Bates?
Thank you. Bill Bates, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 4. But then town meeting members are going to have an inaccurate book and language that night. If this is so important, let's do it the right way. and you doing it before the meeting isn't going to change my book.
But we could have handouts, I mean,
Yeah.
just like we did tonight.
Yep. Anything else?
Yeah.
Dan?
Thank you. For point of information, I asked that question about the process. The select board got it before planning board got it. And we had that same situation last special town meeting. I know this came up quickly, but the process is to go through the proper channels before it gets to you. And we wanted to get it back from planning board. So that's where it is. I like your idea of tabling it, but through you to Mr. Fields, can we ask the question on the draft, in the bottom red, it says, upon receipt of special permit application, shall seek written guidance from the town archivist. What happens sometime down the road when there might not be a town archivist?
That's a very good question.
So, to Mr. Fields, if you can ask the planning board that, maybe they can come up with some other language.
Thank you.
I can certainly recommend that to them tomorrow night.
Sure.
And actually, could you also just, do we have any other bylaws in which we specifically reference the position of town archivist in regards to that stuff?
Not specifically the town archivist, yeah.
Thank you. Anything else from the audience? Is there a motion?
Move to table until
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
33.
Article 33, page 22.
Since Mr. Taverna has been waiting here patiently all night to address this particular topic.
He wasn't here for the other one?
I suggested that we jump ahead. I will do my best to provide the overview, and then Assistant Superintendent Keith Taverna, in one of his final acts, as a member of the Danvers team, can, I'm sure, answer any and all questions you have about this. So, you'll recall several years ago, we had unexpected out-of-district special education costs. It might have been fiscal year 2020. The way that the circuit breaker works with the state, there's a mechanism whereby when students either move to Danvers or are assigned to out-of-district special education who may already be here, that can be a considerable cost, as much as $350,000 a year to place those students in an educational setting where they're going to thrive. And those costs have to be accommodated for. And circuit breaker exists to reimburse towns for 75% of those costs above, I think, $40,000. FY22 is a year similar to the one we had, where we had I think 4 students, and the total combined cost, actually, why don't you go up, since I'm looking to you to confirm everything that I say. There's a proposal tonight. There are actually 3 articles associated with this. We'll talk about the special town meeting warrant shortly, which is a free cash transfer to address the current year budget. And there's a proposal to create a special education stabilization fund consistent with state law, which can be appropriated into on a moving forward basis, in an attempt to manage these costs without having to raid the school committee budget or hope that we have a certified free cash number in a particular year that can accommodate those expenses. So, Keith, if you want to.
No, you don't even need me. That was spot on. So really, this is about setting us up for long-term financial success. So the idea is, in the second article, if we're able to put $150,000 into that every year, and after the end of 4 years, we would have the $600,000 like we're needing to look for this year. So it's kind of the 2-stage process. The first is to establish the fund, and then the second is to put the first appropriation into the fund. And the difference between how we go about our typical appropriations and the special stabilization fund is it can be approved through the select board and through school committee vote to allow some more flexibility to be able to access the funds but still have that joint control over both sides of town government.
So in other words, this year we were fortunate that we had a free cash certification that allows us to make the recommendations coming later. But if this mechanism exists and had town meeting put amounts into it in years that it could, there would be a funding source in place to cover that unexpected cost this year. And that is the proposal, is on a moving forward basis.
And the idea is if we hit the $600,000 mark ballpark and we don't need those funds, and there could be a year where we don't need to make that yearly appropriation because we're not needing to dip into it. Okay.
Tactically speaking, I don't have any questions. I support the idea. I know, Keith, we had a conversation about some of the drivers of special education a couple weeks back. If you ever do get a chance to kind of do the analysis we talked about where the, about the migration, the in-district migration and all that sort of thing, I'd love to see it before you
I'll leave myself a note because I know that it was 3/4 of the way done, and then I think with the April
no
break,
problem.
it just
Yeah,
kind of
we'll
fell
catch
off the
up.
radar.
That-
But, yeah.
Specific to this article, I don't have any questions.
Mike?
No, I think we discussed this, I think, back when, I can't remember if it was with the education budget or, I think it was when we dealt with the education budget in some detail. It's a great idea and obviously is good forward-thinking budgeting, so no problem.
Paul?
No questions.
Mike?
Yeah, I think both Article 33 and 34 are both appropriate and needed. Thank you.
Go ahead, Eric.
Easy question. Without this fund, where do we find the money, as folks say?
So this year, it's from a higher certified free cash. In other years, it could have been, I always joke with snow and ice, is sometimes they come to us for money, and sometimes they might have a favorable winter, so we might go to DPW and dip into that, or look at what those alternate kind of sources are, who has excess funds.
Scour the budget for underutilized resources?
Pretty much.
Thank you.
Sally?
I think it's a great idea, kind of stabilizes, evens the budgetary crises that come up from time to time. I think it's a great idea.
Questions from the audience? Mike?
So, to
Mike.
state,
I didn't mean to call you Mike, but no, you have to go to the microphone. Wow.
Two people at home won't be able to.
No, I called you Mike.
That's what I thought I heard.
Yeah.
So
Sorry about that, Wally.
if the state is going to reimburse 75% of this, where's the reimbursement money going? And should it be going back into this fund?
So it's actually a direct offset to the school budget. So every year we receive approximately $1.6 million that keeps the operating budget down. So when we get that money, it'll go back into the operating budget to help fund, like, we're getting a one-time $600,000, but that increase in circuit breaker will mean that doesn't need to be a two-time $600,000. The extra circuit breaker.
Should we make sure it's an ongoing fund?
So it's really, this is,
So that question came up, that legally they have to be segregated. So the circuit breaker account receives the reimbursement from the state to offset those costs. This would be a separate mechanism for those years when we have the two students appear mid-year and there's not enough in circuit breaker to cover the expense. There's now a funding mechanism where the school committee can take a vote and recommend to the select board that they draw down a portion of the stabilization fund. And then assuming that we had adequate funds, we'd go back to the next town meeting and say we're recommending that we replenish that secondary fund.
So it's kind of a big assumption that there's going to be available funds if we have to do this in the first place, is it not?
No, the circuit breaker funds are written into state law, so those happen.
But should we need trigger? Should we just keep the stabilization fund as a stabilization fund?
I'm not sure I follow. I think,
so it's essentially it's a delay, right? So in year one, you get the expense, but you get no circuit breaker. In year two, you get the circuit breaker money that comes in to offset the year one expense. So the stabilization is really meant to fund the year one gap, and then circuit breaker comes in to fix the operating budget base in year two, so that we're good from that point forward on the operating side.
Plus, there can be years that a decision is made that there's enough in there, we don't need to add any more to it. There-
Wouldn't that be easier if the money that we got reimbursed went right back into it?
No, it can't by law.
Well, and if we did, but if we did, we wouldn't fix the structural budget deficit that we have from those two kids coming in back and saying we need the tax levy to be that 75% because we're not having that as an offset.
it's a little like Veterans Aid. There's about a year delay between incurring the expense and getting the reimbursement. So we get circuit breaker this year for last year's expense, and if the kids are in this year's academic year, we have to cover that cost this year. So the next year's circuit breaker will account for that. Using so using.
we have money in this year, so we're not going to even think about it.
Right, and every 3 years or so, we've seen this spike. So the idea is, if we can plan ahead and build the stabilization fund a little bit, maybe the spike never comes and we have then we eventually will reappropriate it back. But
so in a way, that's when you get into like the per pupil spending. We could dive into a whole rabbit hole with that. But the actual spending of the school department, right? So it's really $1.6 million higher is our actual spending because those circuit breaker funds are tacked on to top of what the tax levy number is for our effective real spending. So if we put it into the stabilization fund, we'd just be going to the tax levy for more. Right. Right. Yeah.
Anything else?
Move Article 33 and 34 as written.
We'll take them individually. Article 33, if there's a second?
Aye.
Opposed? And Article 34, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Thanks, Keith.
I'll cover the last one for you, Keith. You don't have to stay. Now we're back on more familiar ground. Article 1, election of town officers. We will have a list to be read at town meeting. I don't think there's any options.
I don't think we've, put the selectmen thing. Yeah.
Yeah, as much as we'd love to pick the field drivers.
Article 6, this is a standing article each year, authorizing the treasurer collector to utilize the tools in Mass General Law to collect property taxes.
So moved.
Is there any pretty straightforward. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Article 7 is a vote to recommend that the town meeting accept the report that they received back in January, our annual report of the town.
Any discussion? Is there a motion?
Move the article. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Moves us up to 15.
Article, yep. I
Page
think
10.
We voted on a lot of the capital budget items at the last meeting, so we're up to 15. Maintenance dredging. This is a small annual appropriation that gives us some funding to use when we start planning the design of our next major dredging project, which is coming up in 2027, give or take. So we're probably a year or two out from starting
Looks like we just did it.
invest in the planning. And the prior dredging, I believe, was 2 rivers. The planned next dredging will be for all 4 rivers, so it'll be probably twice as much as the previous project.
Any discussion from the committee? Questions from the audience? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
This is up to
Article 28.
page 19.
Page 19. The select board voted in the fall as one of its strategic objectives for the year to have staff try to pursue funding for a strategic plan for the community. We were successful in getting a $150,000 earmark from the state through their budget to do this work. And based on that, we have an RFP that went out. We had a number of qualified vendors respond expressing an interest in working with the town as it embarks on its first strategic plan later this year. We are recommending that town meeting appropriate a supplemental $50,000 so that once the price proposals are open and understood, we'll make sure that we have adequate funding in place to complete the project. Anything that isn't used here will be returned in the form of free cash at a future town meeting.
Ted, anything?
No questions.
Mike?
So if this only, I know it's probably not gonna, but if this only costs 120, we could return 30,000 of the grant money into the free cash?
No, if we don't, the balance of the grant, yeah.
Paul?
No, all set.
Mike?
No questions.
Eric?
No questions.
Sally?
So your preliminary impressions are that the 150 is not sufficient?
We don't know. We'll know once we'll probably know by town meeting what the base number looks like. And the way that the RFP was written is there may be proposals from this the chosen vendor to do branding for the town or looking at some of the land use related stuff. So most of these proposals have options, and we'll have a conversation with the select board about what makes
What
more
it
sense.
should
But
be.
the base proposal is to bring in a consultant to, not just have meetings like this, with no offense to the people in the room, but we see people at every meeting, and the purpose of this exercise is to reach beyond the people we normally see and start to get feedback from every corner of the what they want to see in 10 years. What do they want this town to be in 10 years?
Right.
So it's an opportunity to kind of collect that broad feedback so that this body, the select board, the town meeting can use that feedback in future decision-making.
Thank you.
I think my only comment is, and it's probably one of those, is it a chicken or the egg kind of a thing? My gut kind of says we probably should do charter review first, but we're already here, so we're stuck with it, for lack of a better description. But that would have been, what seems to have been made a little bit more sense, because it's something that we're all talking about. And I think it's unlikely, but, charter review's recommendation could be, we're not a town anymore, right? Something very drastic, and then go forward from there with a strategic plan. But that's just my.
I think that those could be staggered or structured in a number of different ways, and that'll be a tough one for the select board to wrestle with, but.
Yeah, their problem. Yeah. Any questions from the audience? Is there a motion?
Move the article.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Article 29, this is a good news story. Town meeting appropriated $100,000 several years ago for the harbor master which we anticipated at the time was going to be the first of three $100,000 appropriations to replace their primary vessel, which was from the 1980s. Chris Sanborn, our Director of Natural Resources, was able to find a Coast Guard hull from the Mid-Atlantic and had it inspected, had it shipped up here, and was able to transfer over some of the mechanicals that were still useful in the old boat and repower the boat for around $130,000. So the old boat, I think to everybody's great surprise, when it was put onto the municipal bid site, somebody paid $26,850 for it. So the recommendation here is to transfer those proceeds from free cash back into the waterway fund, where the delta was used to power up the new boat. So we ended up getting a new boat that should last us for many years for about half of what initially we thought we were going to spend.
That's great. Questions from the committee? Audience? Is there a motion?
Move the article.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Article 30 is one we wouldn't have seen 5 years ago, but thanks to the Municipal Modernization Act, operating leases such as this have to be approved through town meeting. So we have a one-to-one Chromebook policy in our school system, and based on the analysis from the schools, they determined it was better to lease these, and I believe own them at the end rather than pay cash outright. So hence the warrant article.
Sally?
So under the state law, we have to approve the first year of a 4-year lease arrangement. Do I have that correct?
You're essentially approving all 4 years, but yeah, in the
By-
beginning, we have to
but-
approve it, yeah. It doesn't
Got it.
require appropriation, it's just us authorizing a liability, essentially.
Okay, thank you.
Eric?
Do we expect the school department to still use them in year 5? Or?
We own them.
I think they cycle them down, I think is usually the.
I let Keith leave just a moment too soon, but I know they often they'll I think the newest ones go at the start of the high school, and they'll cascade them down as they can. Obviously there's attrition as they go, but this is Danvers. We try to get more than the minimum number of years out of things.
I will not add more to my technology already made.
Mike?
No questions.
Paul?
All set.
So the cost of this is included in the education budget?
Correct.
And we're just authorizing the actual, if we bought them outright, we wouldn't be doing this.
Ted?
I'm all set, sir.
Okay. Anything from the audience?
Move the article.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
So I'm going to discuss the next two articles together, and then we'll vote on them separately again. But there was a change in law that requires the revolving accounts that the town uses to appear in the bylaw. So Article 32 is the article town meeting is used to voting on each year, and that is to renew the revolving accounts that are used by the departments for various programs and services. Article 31 simply codifies revolving accounts in the bylaw. And so this article will not appear next year. But for this year and this year alone, there are 2 votes related to the revolving accounts.
Ted?
I don't think I have any questions.
Mike?
Nope.
All set.
Mike?
No questions.
Eric?
No questions.
Sally?
Okay, so what does the ATM column mean?
Annual town meeting, is that?
I mean, I assume that's annual town meeting, but
Yeah, it's
below
annual
that,
town
it's
meeting.
all TBD, so,
So once they are approved, theoretically, if they were approved at town meeting, that would be filled in the bylaw as May 16th, 2022.
okay. And, okay, and then it's the same 7 revolving accounts that we deal with in Article 22, 32. Okay, thank you.
The police canine revolving fund account. We no longer have a police canine.
We had a conversation that the chief is, it's hard to believe Straka has retired.
Right.
He was a puppy when I got here, but he's retired now. So the chief is evaluating what's next. We had a conversation, he'd like to keep it for now, as he
Sure he
thinks
would.
about what the. So this is the perfect opportunity to explain exactly what a revolving account is. These have to be supported by revenue. So the departments that operate these can only spend the amount that is received through revenue. In that case, it's mostly grants. Child care account, fun club, so parents pay tuition to send their kids to fun club. That's the funding that's used to cover the salaries and operating expenses for fun club. If all of the Danvers parents stop sending their kids to fun club tomorrow, there would be $0 in and $0 expended. So.
Thank you. Questions from the audience? Is there a motion on Article 31?
Move Article 31.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Is there a motion on Article 32?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. 35?
35, 36, and 37, these are also pretty typical. Article 35, the General Stabilization Fund, recommending that $500,000 be transferred from free cash into the General Stabilization Fund. No transfers in were made, I believe, the last 2 years because of the pandemic. As we discussed at great length during the budget overview, the free cash certification this year is wrong for a couple reasons. Number one, the accounting and finance team did an excellent job of tracking and submitting reimbursement eligible expenses throughout the pandemic, which ended up covering a number of the expenses we would have otherwise had to cover outside of the budget. And as we discussed earlier, 2020, when we were putting our budget together, it was scaled back, I think 3 times before town meeting ultimately approved it. And we maintained a very conservative revenue picture in the pandemic, coming out of the pandemic. And that is, as we start to see these accounts tick back, we saw a relatively strong free cash number this year. So there's a recommendation that we add to the general stabilization, which we had been doing pretty consistently pre-pandemic. And rather than stop, I'll also say that similarly on the debt stabilization, we are replacing, I believe we're spending $1.8 million out of debt stabilization this year for, as planned for Smith School and the school debt. The select board also voted in the fall to keep an updated public works facility as one of its top priorities. So this appropriation back into the debt stabilization fund allows us to start to plan for that. We also discussed the other night with the landfill project, there should be an opportunity once we start collecting soil there to hopefully build this account as well for that project. Article 37, again, as we discussed during the budget, our funding plan this year called for $500,000 from the general fund into OPEB. We were able to build the first half of that into the tax levy this year, which means that we're only drawing $250,000 from free cash instead of the full $500,000, which is what we've done in the past. Happy to take questions on those.
Sally?
So for 35, Article 35, with this transfer of $500,000, that would bring the general stabilization fund up to $4.6 million?
And you I advanced the slide as the question started, because I think this slide will put some of those numbers into context. So that would bring the general stabilization up to 4.6. I think the number we talked about might have been the select board, I can't recall, it might have been, actually, I think it was with the finance committee. 4.61 is approximately 52% of our unassigned fund balance policy. And the stated goal, probably going back 5 years now, was to slowly try to switch from pointing to our free cash as our reserve to pointing to the general stabilization fund, which both of those buckets are considered free cash, unassigned fund balance, or the town's reserves. But from an auditing and a rating agency perspective, having it identified in your general stabilization fund is preferred. So we've been working toward building that to a minimum of the policy.
So that was where my question was going, is that 4.6 million, I needed a relative context for it, but it's a number to have for 50% of what you'd like it to be?
The goal, I mean, the goal that was stated probably again 5 years ago now was that eventually, if the general stabilization were built to a point that it represented 8% of the town's net operating budget.
8%, is that what you?
8% would be the minimum policy target. Then on an annual basis, select board, town meeting, and finance committee could appropriate just, if the budget goes up 3%, it might be 3% of that amount that goes into the general stabilization. And now we're maintaining our reserves in one spot.
Mm-hmm.
Indirectly, it takes a lot of pressure off of free cash, which the ultimate goal is to be building things like capital outlay and OPEB expense into the tax levy. Because what happens right now is we have to rely on healthy free cash certifications each year to be able to cover our ongoing obligations. And if we can create capacity in the levy to cover some of those things, you can be less conservative on some of your non-tax revenue lines. So it's a pretty finely calibrated, it needs to all work together to get to that point, but ultimately it takes a lot of pressure off of free cash certification.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Eric?
So my question is on the debt stabilization line, the 2.93 currently being used for Smith School debt. Can you connect the dots for me to that chart that we looked at with our, we talked about debt and the fact that we're not paying it down fast enough. When I'm looking at that, that suggests to me that the 2.93, we certainly are going to need more there if we're going to ever get out of it. So
I'm going to do a terrible job with my hands of trying to explain. So the majority of our debt is now level funded. That was the big rectangle we talked about it during the budget. And that's where, as Mike mentioned earlier, by level funding debt for the last couple of projects, we're giving the town meetings in 2029, 2034, and beyond sizable debt payments that they're going to be responsible for. In the immediate 5 years when we were looking at the debt service for Smith School, we still had some declining debt in our load.
Right.
So by layering it level funded, it essentially pushed the early peak up. And so the appropriations the last few years have shaved that off to make sure that it works within the levy. So we pulled $1.8 million out of it this year to offset some of that peak that was created by shifting the load up. And eventually we will stop pulling it out for that project. But we know that there's always another major capital project on the horizon. So the goal is to be able to start to, we were at 2.9 2 years ago, we bottomed at 2.5. We'd like to see that number start to build back up so that we can accommodate that debt service.
So that's very helpful. And in several meetings, I think we've talked about this particular topic. And as I'm really trying to connect the dots and make sure that we can make a clear argument for where our resources are needed. So when I see a $2 million to support school project, and we just had this conversation about $2 million that's unreal to a lot of people when we're having a conversation, I really think connecting the dots in a real fashion, like this slide and that graph slide, and here's where $2 million makes a difference, would be very helpful. Somewhere along the way, I think we need to help people to understand, we just talked about moving $2 million to cover debt. love to have that $2 million to do something else. So, you know, not to beat a dead horse, but it does, my mind spins when I see these correlations come up, and I think we could do a better job of connecting that for folks. No further questions.
Okay, on debt stabilization, even though we're taking out $2,250,000, that still does not affect the fact that there'll still be 4.61 million.
No, I'm sorry, the current, we're using 1.8 in this budget and putting back 2.25, which is why from 22 to 23, you see it goes up from 2.54 to the 2.93. So we're drawing down the funds as part of the approval of the operating budget. We're using free cash to replenish 2.25. So the net increase is the $500,000. General stabilization and debt stabilization are separate from each other.
Okay, thank you.
So these three articles, we're gonna spend 3.5 million, these three articles,
Well, we're
I mean-
putting them into reserve.
putting them into reserve.
So
yeah.
it-
So we're taking
again-
them from free cash?
Correct.
Okay, all right. What is the free cash right now? Before these funds move out, where are we now with free cash?
So the certified free cash number in December was $7.7 million. It was, I think, $7.1 million 3 or 4 years ago. But the way that the policy in the front of the budget, the policy in the front of the budget book says that after town meeting, we will hold back no less than 1% of our net operating expenditures in free cash, which is a little bit over $1 million. So between funding retiree health care liability, building our general stabilization, replenishing our debt service, funding our buildings and grounds warrants, paying for the new wing plow, and all of the other projects that town meeting is going to vote on, we'll be drawing that 7.7 will be whittled down to close to $1.5 million, I believe. And then next year's free cash certification will build on that 1.5, and we'll be having this conversation next year about how those one-time revenues get used. And the goal, again, for 5 or 6 years has been, how do we start to move those ongoing expenses out of the free cash column and into the levy column? Because if you have a catastrophic free cash certification year, suddenly you don't have the funds in place to cover some of your obligations that you should be paying at, or you could see your credit rating reduced because you're not able to meet your obligations.
Right.
So it's risky, and coming out of the recession, we've been fortunate that the free cash numbers have been strong, but they say past performance is no guarantee of future success. So.
Mike?
On the OPEB one, what year was it? Is it reflected in that, the chunk that the electric light pushed through, or is that a different?
Yeah, that's on the pension, not on OPEB.
Oh, that's what I thought, okay. It's late.
You're squinting.
Ted?
So, again on OPEB, crap, what number was it?
37.
37. So we're putting 250K in, and the difference between the plus 250 and the change is investment asset performance?
Well, it's 250 from free cash, plus 250 from the levy for the general fund, plus an almost equal contribution. I think it's around $400,000 between electric, water, and sewer. So it's close to $1 million going in, and then it's also investment returns explains the difference.
And can you, so we're appropriating 250 from free cash.
There was also a $250,000 appropriation approved in the Article 2. And then when the water, sewer, and electric operating budgets were approved, there were contributions approved in those budgets as well.
I would just say, I think I've said this before, but I look at all the numbers that scare me in the town. And 200 million we spent a long time talking about much smaller numbers tonight. I know there's actuarial things there, but I feel like these future obligations don't get enough airtime, generally speaking. That's all I'm gonna say, because I'm tired. I'm tired every year when we get here. But I wish we could talk about it.
I won't give my normal response to that then, given the hour.
All right.
Anything from the audience?
Which one of these funds actually is going to the landfill project?
None of them directly, but the discussion in the last couple of budget hearings was that, so we have a bond authorization for $4.5 million to cover the setup, the active management, the monitoring of the site as the trucks are bringing fill. And the town engineer is projecting, based on current prices, somewhere, I think at the most conservative end, $6.5 million in revenue, but based on current prices, could be $8 or $9 million in revenue. So we would use those funds first to pay off the borrowing to do the project, and it would require town meeting appropriation. But the discussion has been, if we're looking at either upgrading or relocating our public works facility, we put that money into the debt stabilization fund so that when we're ready to acquire a piece of property, issue debt for that project, we'll have that in the kitty. But that'll be a future town meeting vote.
Anything else? Is there a motion for Article 35?
Move the article.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Article 36?
Move the article.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Article 37?
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Oh, I did put it at the end. I'm so late, I can't remember where I stuck these.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, we're at home stretch. Home stretch. We have the articles for the special town meeting, and obviously there may be one added to this list based on the vote of no action tonight for adaptive reuse.
The tabling.
The tabling, yes. Thank you for that. Article 1, unpaid bills. There is a breakout of 3 bills in the warrant booklet totaling $6,498, and pursuant to state law, if a bill is not received and paid by a certain date after the close of a year, it requires a 9/10 vote from town meeting to pay that bad bill. So we have 3 said bills. One is internal, the other 2 are external. And as the breakout is in the warrant book.
3 is good. It's less than usual.
Thank you.
We're on a special town meeting.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anyone have any questions from the committee? Questions from the audience? Is there a motion?
Move the article.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Great. Article 2.
Article 2, budget transfers. Is that what you have? So you got a copy of those this evening. We typically try to wait as long as possible to develop this list, but you'll see 4 items on here. There's $250,000 proposed to go into the fire personnel line to cover overtime this year. The first 200 is from debt service, the debt budget interest that was unspent, and then $50,000 from fire operating over to fire personnel. The third is an $8,000 transfer from town clerk operating to town clerk personnel to adjust for a market adjustment that was made mid-year this year for the town clerk. And then a $2,000 transfer from the land use operating budget to the recreation personnel budget to account for similarly an adjustment that was made.
Ted, anything? Mike?
It's $250,000 in additional overtime is what we got for the fire department. Correct. Will that be, when we get the new guys on, folks on, will that help alleviate that? Or?
I think staying healthy will alleviate that. I'm not sure that the new guys will alleviate that. We've been, if you notice in the operating budget, the fire overtime is increased by, I think, $60,000. So we typically look at a 3-year trend, but we pay closest attention to the most recent year. And we've been chasing the trend in fire for a couple years now. So hopefully the increase in this year's operating budget combined with guys staying healthy will have a positive impact on that.
Paul?
No question.
Mike?
No questions.
Eric?
No questions.
Sally?
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you. Anything from the audience? Is there a motion?
Move the article.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Article 3, special town meeting is the town's FY23 appropriation from the state anticipated for Chapter 90. Broken record, but the reason we vote for that at the special instead of the annual is so that as the planning gets underway for the construction season, DPW can access these funds as soon as they become available from the state.
No, we talked about Chapter 90 quite a bit when the DPW director was here. Does anyone have any questions? Questions from the audience? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Article 4, I don't know how we let Stephen King off the hook when he was here, but I'll do my best to channel the town engineer. National Grid was doing some line replacement and had to go up onto the sidewalk on Elliott Street, which is unusual. And so they have cut the town a check for this amount, which we have in our possession, which will cover the restoration associated with that work. And so again, it's on the special town meeting warrant so that we can access those funds and get the work done prior to June 30th.
Anyone have any questions? Anything from the audience? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And Article 6.
Article 6, this is the third of the three related to the Special Ed Stabilization Fund. This is the FY22 transfer from free cash in order for the school budget to close in the black this year.
Questions from the committee? Questions from the audience? Is there a motion?
I
So
move the
moved.
question.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. And that's it. So see the committee members all on the 16th at 7 p.m. for a